Hello, lovelies. Welcome to another Saturday night worm stream. My voice is a little bit croaky because I've been ill-advisedly singing to myself while I whiz around Exodus. My loading screen today, because we are on Exodus, is of one of my favourite designs thus far in terms of interior decoration in Worm, which is my bona fide hot tub that I built at Thorspring, which most of you have hopefully by now seen at some point on stream. But if there's anybody here who hasn't, I'll show you the magnificence of it later, because I am bound to pop through Thorspring at some point today. I'm going to be back and forth all over Exodus, I think. So let me turn that one off. And let me say hello to everybody in chat. Madoon, you were first for once. Beat Massa. Well done. Hi, Madoon. Hi, Vulcan. Hi, Massa. Hi, Bun. Hi, Galandria. Hello, Ruffle. Hi, Mimas. Glad you managed to get logged back in. Hello, Culver. Hello, anybody else who is lurking in chat. So, unfortunately, it's quite dark right now, and I'm just looking at a dark road. But as hopefully all of you know who give a crap about this kind of stuff. Hello, PJK. Hi, Futurism. Called out for slacking Massa. Yes. There has been a bit of a roller coaster of a week on the forums in Worm. Samul announced a major change to sleep powder earlier in the week that was received so badly that it was part rescinded within, I think, like a day. But long story short, treasure maps, which have been a very lucrative and reliable form of gaining sleep powder since they were introduced, are about to be nerfed as of Tuesday's update. They will no longer give out sleep powder. Instead, they will give out sleep candy, which stays in your inventory as sleep powder does, but which will decay in your inventory like food. I haven't. You know what? I should have gone back and checked. Have they said, is the sleep candy going to be still non-tradable? I think that was the intent, but sleep powders will remain tradable. Somebody correct me if that's wrong, and they are both tradable. Of the original things they announced were that sleep powders were no longer going to be tradable, which was partly what caused the uproar, and also that you'd no longer get them alongside your premium purchases and things, but those have both been rescinded. So we will still get sleep powder for premium toons. We will still be able to trade the sleep powder we've got. It's just that the in-game sources of sleep powder will be fewer. So you'll still be able to get them through things like the Marks store, but you'll still be able to buy them from the silver shop. Also, they have massively dropped the price of them in the silver shop, which frankly I think should have been the thing that they did first. So or they're going to. I don't know if they've actually done it yet. Let's have a look. But they're going to be dropping them to 1 silver if they haven't already. Yeah, they haven't yet, but they're going to be dropping them in the shop, which ultimately was the end goal. They wanted people to be buying more sleep powder because it was a bit too abundant in the game. So they have reached a compromise. Yes, Ruffle, me too. So sleep candy will be non-tradable, thanks Vulcan, and will decay in your inventory. And that is what you will get from treasure chests, as in from treasure maps, treasure chests that you get at the end of treasure maps. And for anybody that is not very familiar with treasure maps yet, one of the reasons that treasure maps have held such a stable value in the in-game market is because sleep powder is one of the only items in a treasure chest that you are guaranteed to get and guaranteed a certain amount of. So depending on the quality of your map, you are guaranteed either 1 sleep powder, 2 sleep powders, or 3 sleep powders, or have been up until this point. And that is part of what has dictated a fairly stable price for treasure maps in trade. And they have been a very good, it's been a very buoyant market in treasure maps since they announced this, and only gave us less than a week's notice. I know a lot of you, and probably a whole lot of the rest of Worm, have been out trying to finish up, or at least make a significant dent in the backlog of treasure maps, which they've been sort of hoarding up to go and, save for a rainy day or something, to get as much of the sleep powder rewards before the change kicks in on Tuesday. because then obviously the stuff that we get out of it will still be good if you're somebody who uses sleep powder all the time. But if you're not, if you're somebody who relies on trading it or likes to hold on to it for, for Impelongs or for a rainy day or something, then treasure maps, alas, will no longer be a good source of it for you. So all the maps. Bun, I was about to ask you, Bun, how many you'd done. So Bun reckons he's done about 100 since the announcement. Anybody else here been doing maps as well? Futurism, you have, haven't you? Because you just got something really cool in a treasure map. Ruffle is also mapping. Yeah, or holding on to it for the heat death of the universe. Exactly, Madoon. Madoon, you've been doing maps as well. Goodness me, if it gets you out and doing maps. I was going to say, is it just the one map? You've done the few that you had, BJK. In fairness, I don't have anything like as many as Bun. Bun and I, through our treasure hunting streams over the past 18 months, have worked through a lot of the maps that I had for release and a lot of the maps that Bun had for release. So I might still have I don't know, 2 or 3 maps on release. I don't even know that I've got that many, but because I've been working on deeds on Exodus, both mine and Calvert's, for the past most of the past 18 months, actually almost all of the new treasure maps I was acquiring have been on Exodus. So I've got a few to get through. Calvert has still got some in his cart, but I didn't want to go and do them for him, and I know he doesn't really give a shit about sleep powder. Sleep powder for Calvert just lives in his inventory in a backpack somewhere, and every so often he rediscovers it and goes, oh, I should do something with that. So I know he's still got a few untouched ones, but what I've got is not very many, but I've got a few supreme ones, I've got a few rare ones, and almost all of these I have done. In fact, all of these now, because I've done this one as well. All of these I have now done several steps of, so rather than being a kind of beginning to end of a treasure map stream, I'm hoping this is going to be a nice loot heavy one and we can just wrap up as many of these as possible. This last one, if you didn't know, by the way, if you examine a treasure map, if you're somebody who kind of picks them up and puts them down, if you examine a treasure map, you'll get some text and it will tell you how many clues you've done and how many clues might be remaining. So on this one here, which I've just been doing a couple of clues on, I have completed 3 steps out of a possible 4 to 6. So the next one could be the treasure, or it could take another 3 clues. I took a punt that did not pay off on at least 2 maps yesterday, I think, that were on step 3 out of 4 to 6. And unfortunately for me, both of them were a treasure chest on step 4. So I actually have 2 less maps for stream than I intended. I was just trying to, hedge my bets and get a little bit closer. And yeah, that bet did not pay off. Buns had no life, only eating, sleeping, doing maps. Yep. Yeah, and Futurism has just found and put up for auction, found in a treasure chest at the end of a map, a fantastic Dioptera fragment. Many players will never see a fantastic item in the game at all, so congratulations. Hello, Summer. How you doing? Hi, Wolf. So yeah, Wolf, you've just finished your last map today. Yeah, I bet a lot of people, not just us, have been out mapping. So I am in the deep dark woods. I'm currently up on the northwest corner of Exodus. I'm up here, right outside actually of Oshao, which is one of the big settlements of Portuguese Brazilian players that we have on Exodus, because we've got quite a population of them here. So if any of you watch Coloral streams, I suspect you've probably seen a bit more of this end of the map from there. And the map I'm kicking off with is one that I know is definitely on its last step. It's the rare 69 map, this one up here, and I should be just around the corner from it, hopefully. So now, I haven't tried doing this since Bun and I did a stream with Stablam at the start of the year, but I'm pretty sure I've still got it booted up. Hi, Jake. I'm pretty sure I've still got it booted up so that I can actually show you maps as I'm finding them on a not the in-game map. So for this one, first of all, let me show you where it is. So we know we're up in the top, up in this corner. close that one. So this is the map that we're looking for, and I am just on this corner, just here. So I'm going to make that a bit smaller for a start. So this is the big slate road that you can see just coming up there, and that I'm about to turn round the corner of. You can see it's kind of angled over this corner as well, where it's where they've actually paved out into a bit of a diagonal. So hopefully this one should be quite easy to find, and I will show you why. Because if I bump up, this is going to work. Yes, it works. Hopefully it works. As with the Care Paravel stream, if I forget to close the map, and you're just looking at the map while I'm busy like whizzing around thinking you can see my screen, you just let me know. But if I interact with that, let me. If I interact with that, then I should be able to show you actually where I'm going as well. So, so this is the corner of that map. That's our shell. I'm just up in this corner, and I think looking at that map, I think I'm aiming for about here-ish. Hopefully you can see that. Okay. I might be a little bit off. It's hard to tell. This I'm pretty sure is a smudge on the map, as opposed to an actual useful clue. So this, as in this little bit just down here, I think this is a smudge. But you can see there's this little bit of paved area here, which I think is this bit just here. And so we appear to be up just at the end of this little bit of a road, so somewhere around here. But because it is a quality 69 map, that means I'm going to get attacked, right? Well, we're going to find out. We don't have to nail it down perfectly, to be honest. If you have got a lot of maps to work through, like Jake says, you might be better, rather than trying to nail it down perfectly, just going and wild digging in the area, because particularly for lower quality maps, you only have to be within 15 tiles. So if you're in the right general direction, you can often just sort of like take a punt and sometimes dig up 2 or 3 maps at a time. So anyway, that's what I'm aiming for. Let me just close that one up again. Close that, and it should be, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for, I've got to pass the tower, which is just there, and then there should be a little side path off here, assuming nothing has changed. Not that one. Some of these maps, though, are maps that Calvert and I got partway through doing the last time Calvert and I did a treasure hunt stream, which was a while ago, which means there is that perilous risk that the terrain might have changed since these maps were spawned. So, again, for anybody that doesn't know, at the point that you open a new map clue or whatever, that sets the map at whatever the map looks like at that point, which means if you don't then go and do that next clue for several months and somebody's gone and terraformed and changed a whole bunch of stuff, it can be harder to find. I think there might be a couple that are like that in this. Hello, Parser, how are you doing? Like, for example, here, I wasn't expecting... I think this this building here might be new, so I'm just going to pull up that map again for a second, and let's go back in, because we passed that little paved area just next to the tower, and then I was expecting a little path that winds round, except clearly this one does not. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to count tiles from the tower, because I only need to be within... Do I need to be within 5 for this? I probably do. So I will count for this one. For one with a bigger spread, I probably wouldn't bother counting. So instead, we don't have Bun here, so we're not doing counting with Bun, I'm afraid. You're just going to have to count in English instead of counting Norwegian. The maps that I'm using here are wormmaps.xyz. I often also use worm node maps, except on Exodus, this map is much more up to date, I think, than the worm node one. So that's why I'm using this one. But the important thing is, if you are referring to community maps, you really want one that does go right down to the pixel level, tile by tile, so that you can do things like map counting. Yay, counting! So I should be all right. I've got to go like, what, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10 paces and a couple up from the end of that bit of paving beside the tower. So let's just go back and do it that way and hope that I don't... this is not a very big house. So even if the actual spot were underneath what is now a house, I would still be able to dig just outside of it and that would be fine. But just for the sake of argument, there you go, Bun is counting in chat for you. This is the paved area beside the tower. So we're just going to go a few tiles up and then like 10 this way. She says, oh, am I going to be able to get up there? Maybe not. 5. Might have to come in from up top. Hang on. Let's count up the road and then come out. Because I don't really want to hop out of my cart. I have got my faux priest in the cart. Not so much for healing, although I might use her for healing if I get in a pickle. Because sometimes it does spawn a nasty lot of hidden creatures on you, and when you haven't got back up, that can be tricksy. But mostly because if I die, if I fail to drop my tent in time, I'm hoping that she will survive long enough to be able to summon me back. But let's hope that we don't have to do that. Right, so end of here. That's like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 tiles across. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about level with the top of this. And then, to be honest, anywhere here should be fine. The spot is probably about there-ish, but this will do. So I'm going to dig on this slope. Would help if I had my shovel activated, wouldn't it? Dig for treasure. Hope for the best. You mean when I have no armour on my head? Yes, Bun, that's exactly what I mean. My head is armourless, and so far today it has spawned a number of trolls on me. However, this time we have been lucky, no trolls. So what have we got? Lava Fiend, Hidden Scorpion. Ah, you know what? This one's easy. I got a greenish anaconda earlier, which was rather large. A number of greenish trolls. I got a death crawler minion, and you know what? I think I've only ever encountered death crawler minions in an arena. Where they're not really a problem because Valray mobs generally spawn passive when GMs spawn them. But when a map spawns them, not only are they aggressive, but they are also really fast. So I had to retreat from that fight. And that thing was more than keeping pace with me. It was so fast. It followed me all the way back. Thankfully, I was just outside Thor Spring at the time. So I didn't have far to go. But I don't, like, it moves faster than hellhounds. I did not expect to be pursued quite so aggressively by that. So it's unusual that they spawn Valray mobs at you, like it happens, but more often than not, it's usually just spawning the kind of mobs that you're used to, sometimes with some conditions. I've got a couple of little hellhounds hiding in there, for example. But I think they're not conditioned ones. I think they're both just... Yeah, look, they're all just normal. It's actually not put conditions on any of these. So... This is a pretty easy spawn as they go. I'm alright. Let's deal with the hellhounds because they're nippy little fuckers, but they're glass cannons. Valray mobs got a massive speed boost when the pathing update came in. Interesting. Okay, so they didn't actually used to be that fast. That's good to know. I tell you what, I was running away from a couple of things to go and like catch my breath and bandage up earlier, and then having to double back. I was really noticing then the speed tweaks. When they did all of those pathing changes, because I know they said that certain mobs would follow you further or more persistently. Come on, there's something bonked me on my noggin. No. Don't make me retreat and bandage.
Oh! No!
Thanks, Ruffle. Yeah, you can make aggressive use of that. Oh, I'm diseased though, which doesn't help. So I tell you what, let's just get Eshri doing a just watch my health bar for a minute while I try and find the right spell. She can drizzle me. Or she could drizzle me, if only I could find... Ah, it's because I'm trying to cast spells on Crim, no wonder. Right, let's do a drizzle. Only a hellhound left, we'll be alright. Nothing more fun than a dragon on your ass at 45. Yeah, when they first did those pathing changes, poor Scooter over on Epic was telling us that he was just like running around the server with like dragons on his heels the whole way. They would not give up. Whereas previously, as anyone who has ever gone hunting uniques or been fortunate or unfortunate enough to run across one in the wild, or helped Stanley and his crew tag one home, often they can be kind of a pain to keep, like to keep following you as you try and lead them across a map. That is not the case anymore, I don't think. Yeah, I'm on. I am actually. I'm also using my maul. I'm supposed to be training up my longsword and large shield, but so often these things do spawn big trolls on me. I was like, maybe I should. Maybe I won't risk it. If I was out with friends doing this, I would probably be training up my sword and board instead. But it was this slope, wasn't it, that I dug on? So somewhere here-ish. But because I'm out on my own, I mean, Eshery has a candy cane, but she's not much of a fighter. I figured I should go with the weapon that I'm best with, particularly since I have no armor protection on my head. So this will be a treasure chest. Start as we mean to go on. You mounting Ruffle, Bun? The Ruffler. Yeah, trolls bonking you on your head is ouch. Okay, so we've got a treasure chest. By the way, for anybody that doesn't know and is interested in this kind of stuff, if you're in the Coterie Discord, I'll open it in just a second. All of the treasure maps that I'm working on, or at least the current map clues for them, are loaded into a channel there which you can see but not interact with in case you want to follow along. So there's, under the activity channels, there's one called Exo Treasure Maps, and all of my current map clues are in there. Also means if I need to call on some help to find one, which is rare, but it does happen, that's where you go to look to find them. And I'm pretty sure most of you guys are in the Discord, but if you are not, and if you want to be in the Coterie Discord, no one is mounting Ruffle. Well, there's the Discord. Right. Now, unlike Bun, I don't feel the need to leave my name in every treasure chest. But let's have a look. No rares. But we've got some upkeep chips. We've got the requisite 3 sleep powder. A whole load of source crystals, which is good. Eshery can eat those. But before I take anything out, the other thing that I've been doing pretty much since I started doing treasure chests is, I still don't really know why, because maybe one day I will want to do something exciting with the data, is snapping the contents of my treasure chests. So I'm slowly building up like a big bank of, this was what was in a treasure chest at this quality. So we said this was a rare 69. If you want to see my treasure hunt loots for your own, I don't know, data purposes, nerdery or whatever, I've never found anything terribly exciting in any of mine, to be honest. Though that channel is also visible for anybody in the Coterie channel. So I've popped the loots in there, and I'm out in, it's called Calvert's Yodel Cart, but you know it's been mine for the best part of a year now. I'm out in the Yodel Cart, and I've got like empty crates and everything to put in there. In fact, I've got a pet bowl called Treasure. What do you mean I'm not? Oh, it's because it's got sleep powder in. That's why. I'm going to move all those into the backpack. I should have brought more pet bowls. This is the loot from the couple of chests that I accidentally opened in the last couple of days. Or some of the loot anyway. Obviously, I've already dropped things like the lumps off. So we'll keep the emeralds and the sleep powder in here. Because that obviously can't leave my inventory. So those can go in there. Frustratingly, I still don't know why you can't pick up sleep powder and put it directly into a container. You have to put it into your inventory first, then transfer it. Those can go in there. Upkeep chips, if you did not know, can go into a coin purse. But again, they can't go, like sleep powder, you can't put them directly into a container, so you have to pick them up first. And then if you are lucky enough to have gotten a coin purse, which is one of the unique 2 treasure maps, treasures you can find, your upkeep chips do go in there. Source crystals, I'm going to put, I guess, in there for now, although I'm going to run out of room pretty fast in there, I think. And actually the blank pieces of paper, I reckon those can go straight into a crate, because I'm going to get Eshery smashing and eating those source crystals, because she could always do with some extra karma for the occasional transport. And even though I've got more chess pieces than I know what to do with, somehow I still find myself picking them up and taking them, not really bothered about the leather, not really bothered about the gold. I'll take those mostly because I like the glass jugs. Hello, Jake. I can hear you. She's just chopping trees right next to me. What's in the jug? What's in the jug? Good question. Obviously not my affinity booze. We've got vodka, and cider. So there you go. If I need to go climbing up any mountains, I'm all set. I don't have to drink through my affinity booze to go climbing. Yeah, occasionally you find more exciting than usual booze, though, but I don't know if you find... Do we get Miracle Brew from treasure chests, or do you only find that, like, from exciting foraging results? Not sure. Maybe they'll fix that with sleep candy, but I doubt it, Pastor. I think it's something to do with it being death kept. I think it tends to be a quality of undroppable items, effectively, that you can't put them in a sub-container in your inventory. They have to go into your inventory first, which is weird and frustrating. But anyway, that's my first lot of treasure. You think you can get Miracle Brew? Okay, good to know. Also, I've got a bit of trivia before I forget. Last week on stream, when we were at Care Paravel, and we were talking about where Exodus came in the timeline of Delhi and Exodus and Celebration, Ruffle was telling us that she thought that it was originally badged as a hunting server, and I found the original post, which I thought might be of interest to people. Or rather, I found a quote of the original post. I'm sure the original post is also there, that Zalo posted on the forums for discussions. But this is what happened. This is where Exodus was spawned. So this is going to be a familiar story to anybody who was here for the start of NFI, for example. So post from Rolf said, "Hi, the immense interest in the Deliverance server and the fact that the release had some issues resulted in quite a lot of hopeful players feeling like they missed out on the soft spots. Because of this," just killing a bull right in front of me, Jake. "Because of this, we have decided to open yet another server. This server will be called Exodus. It's located south of Deliverance, from back in the days when you had to sail off a server in a particular direction to reach another server, and will be released on Thursday the 15th at 6 o'clock. None of the problems that occurred during the release of Deliverance will remain by then." Don't know if anybody was around for the start of Exodus who can tell us whether or not that was actually the case. And you can expect the server to arrive in a timely manner. And here's the bit that I think that Ruffle was referring to. So he said, "The Exodus lands are particularly beautiful, with lots of bays, larger inland water masses, sometimes connected by small canals or bridged by thin peninsulas. The dirt layer is good, and the billowing mountain ranges give the landscape a deceivingly gentle character. But it is surely a challenge, and I wonder how many are going to settle it. Do not expect an easy ride this time. Scouts reported the lands are packed with dangerous creatures and in unprecedented amounts. Shark reports are rare but do exist." So I don't know, it might have been elsewhere that it was actually referred to as a hunting server, but Ruffle's right. Or partly right at least, they were saying, like, this one is more dangerous than the one that we just released. But this might be partly why that bit that we were talking about how Deliverance actually is kind of like the historical server full of old deeds, and like a lot of deeds that have still been around a long time, and tends to get the limelight for some reason over Exodus, despite the fact that they are both a very similar age. And I suspect it's because almost everybody who could, or was determined enough, went and settled Deliverance, and then Exodus got the people who didn't make it to Deliverance in time or had connection issues. It sounds like there were a lot of issues with the servers wobbling when Deliverance first launched. So Exodus would have just gotten a smaller population because it got all the ones who hadn't already settled on Delhi. And then, of course, it also got people who were interested in that kind of environment of more dangerous mobs and a slightly more challenging place to settle. So it was part hunting server. It was also part, whoops, we didn't make a big enough server and everything kept falling over. Let's just drop another server to appease people, which we have seen Worm do a few times, at least a couple of times in the past. So there you go. Old sailing mechanics, trauma triggered. Yes, yes. Ruffle's memory is good. Well done, Ruffle. So yeah, like I said, I haven't dug out the original post, but you could probably just take a snip from that and go and find it. This is just the one that I came across first, which was Zala quoting that post. But if you want to go and have a nosy out of interest for sort of like the birth of Exodus or the conversation around the birth of Exodus, that's the post I found. You went to Delhi because that's where Beres told you to go. Mm-hmm. So Vulcan, Exodus still has a higher aggro count than Delhi. Is that though because Delhi is just much more populated, or is that like an actual like a difference in the settings? The one they just released. By design. Okay, so there you go. Vulcan's adding in extra trivia. Right. Next map. So that's one map down. See, I'm going to get through these in no time if I just stop waffling. But I have, as always, for anybody who's seen one of my treasure hunt streams before, I have made myself an actual map of where all of my maps are, so that I haven't exactly planned a route, but I know where they all sit on a map because that's just the way my brain works. So the next nearest one is actually it's out near one of Jake's steeds. I think we're heading over towards Tok Traders. So we want the rare 23A, which is the one that is on its last legs. So this one is also going to be the last map clue. Is that the one? Or is it? Is it that one? Hang on, maybe it's not the last one. It's one that could be the last one. She says. Oh no. Okay, right. Tok Traders is a couple of way. I've got two on the way there. So we're going to go. If I bring up the in-game map. So actually, I've got one on this side of the tundra, which is the last clue. I've got one just down here near what I call the fingers. That's not what that lake is called at all. And then we've got one up here near Tok Traders. So we're going to go in a little line across this bit, try and sweep up a bunch of these, which means my next map is that the right one? It's whichever one is nearly done, I think. So open and show hint. No, it's clearly not that one. Must be the other one. Open. Yeah, so it's the Greybeards 274. And thankfully, a lot of the towers on Exodus are in fact on these maps. So let's just pull up.
Hello.
What? Did I say? Oh, you made me some storage bowls I did not see. You put them in my chest. Thank you, Jake. Good lad. Where did I leave my chest? There it is. Thank you. That's what you were chopping a tree down for. I see. And I'll leave that there. For any passerby who can make use of it, because I probably can't. But whoops, I pulled my map up and then I didn't actually do anything with it. So let's do that. Thank you, Jake. So I want to interact with that. And what did we say we're looking for? Greybeards 274. This is the tundra. What I tend to do on this map is actually switch over to topographic so that I get these topographic marks. Makes it a whole lot easier. So we're looking somewhere. That's it. Right. So just there. You probably can't see it because for some reason the text is really, really tiny on this version. But that's the point that we're heading for. And we are currently somewhere up here. So what I'm going to try and do is actually use, I'm going to try and use the highway to get me there. So let's see if Eclipse Valley is on the highway or not. I'm going to close that one back down so that you can, whoops, close the wrong thing. Don't mind that. Nobody saw that. Right, I'm near a highway. Let me just go see if I've got Eclipse Valley on here. Oh, okay, Jake's going to lead me there. Go for it, Jake. I have an escort. So yeah, so we're going to go this side of the tundra. I have crossed the tundra a couple of times in the last couple of days, so hopefully there's not going to be any stumbling across new goblin camps because we know that that's happened on treasure hunting streams before, basically ever since they released goblin camps. Anytime we go out and do a treasure hunting stream, there's always a risk that we get waylaid for an hour or more by being like, ooh, goblin camps. Also, ooh, someone's built a bridge. Not that I can see it anymore. But only part... Oh, I see, it's a bridge from a tower. I see. I'm afraid, Jake, my cart is just nowhere near as fast as your horse. So you might get bored of leading me places. I assume I'm carrying on down. There we go. Crack on. Jake is working as an escort. Yes, Parser, you heard it here first. But exclusively for me, my escort. Having guard towers is a luxury. I think Release is fairly well guard towered, isn't it? It's fairly well highwayed as well. Titch did a lot of great highways, sort of like a lot of the main highway infrastructure on Release, and possibly on some other servers as well, but in particular I know that she did on Release. I have to say though, doing treasure maps on a brand newly spawned server, I wonder if that's one of those things that people kind of like hang on to them and work up to them, because without things like highways, settlements, mission structures, what does a treasure map even, like, what does it even use as its reference point? I guess it's bound to using exclusively servers and guard towers as they get built, because so many of the kind of clues on treasure maps rely on an established server. It uses mission structures, it uses deeds, it uses abandoned former deed sites, it uses guard towers as reference points. And on a brand new server, you can get treasure maps right from the get-go, one would imagine. But I would hate to see what the map clues look like. Not in the far north or in the far south of Release. There's loads of guard towers in the south of Release. Loads. Maybe not so many in the north, but the north of Release is a little bit funny because you've got that sort of isolated bit north of the mountains, north of Sloping Sands. Not quite isolated, but you know what I mean. Yeah, much harder to do in a fresh server. I mean, and in fairness, as Bun will happily tell anyone if he hasn't already told everybody, Exodus is a harder server to do treasure maps on than some. Although it is getting easier. Hang on, where have I lost Jake? Has he gone that way? There he is. I've got you. Partly because for a long time, the Exodus maps were not very up to date. That is a lot better now with the WEM maps one. And I know that Jake, among other people, does a lot of work trying to keep it up to date. But also because the roads on Exodus they're a mix. There are some good roads on Exodus, and there are some how has nobody fixed this monstrosity yet roads on Exodus. And also Exodus, as you will see, part of what was being sold with regards to this server in that post from Rolf is it's a lot of peninsulas and mountains and things like that. It's it's a bit finicky to get around, whereas the server where Bun does hundreds and hundreds of maps, Deliverance, if you look at that, all of that land, like, there's no working around loads of big waterways and things. There's no, I mean, there probably are. There are not many places on Deliverance where you have to get into a boat to go and do it. Celebration, I imagine, has a similar problem to Exodus, in as much as you've got that big waterway cutting right through the middle of it, and therefore limited places that you can cross it. So I suspect that Celebration is also a little bit of a pain in the arse to be doing treasure maps on. But, you know, it's where I've got them. So I have also got I've got a stash of low quality independence maps, but they're not ones that I ever intended to do. I literally bought them because they were cheap and I wanted them as decoration. They're the bottles. I really like the map bottles, just as, you know, as deed decoration. So I think those are probably just going to remain untouched, to be honest. Let's close that one up. Although actually, now that Jake has done me some more pet bowls, what I could do is I could do some sorting, couldn't I? As long as I can also pay attention to where Jake's going. So if we rename this one, we can have one for gems. We can have one for chess pieces. And we can have one for dioptra frags, because those tend to be the most numerous. I might have one for source crystals as well, actually, because you tend to get those in a chunk when you get them. So, okay, right, Jake's brought me to the side of the tundra. And is that our guard tower just up there? So we're looking for Greybeards 274, which might be this one up here that Jake's riding me towards. It was somewhere right on the edge of the tundra, wasn't it? You spend the day doing maps futurism and you saw just one person. There we go, that is indeed the Greybeards Tower. Thank you, Jake. Despite the fact that this server has been my home server for the past 18 months, I don't often have cause to travel in it except when I'm out doing treasure hunts with Calvert. So I know our bit of the server, like I know the central bit of the server quite well, and I know a couple of like the main routes in and out quite well, but there's still masses of, like I'm broadly familiar with the layout and the terrain, but I do not know the detail of a lot of the ways around this server. I suppose I know where things are, but I don't intuitively know how to get to them. What are we fighting? Hello, wolf. So this one is a low quality map. Nothing's going to attack me here. So we'll just dig here. We could have dug all the way over there and still got it, because we've got a 15 tiles grace on this one. Would help if I had my shovel activated. Far north and south are where the hermit types live. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. A lot of our hermits live up mountains. Jake's telling me in local that he's got some fantastic treasure maps saved. To be honest, if I got a fantastic treasure map, I would be using it as decoration, because unfortunately the quality of the map, sorry, not the quality of the map, the rarity of the map has no impact whatsoever on the stuff that's in it. So if you ever get a fantastic one, you might as well keep it for the fantastic shine. Now the first map that we dug up was a difficult map, the highest tier. So we got 3 sleep powder. This is the lowest tier, so we get 1 sleep powder, and also, as you can see, notably less loot in it. Nothing terribly exciting, but it's nice to have upkeep tokens again, because those are always appreciated. So those go in my clink carrier. My sleep powder is going in that treasure bowl. Do I care about the electrum? I might. You know what, I tend to take alloys because just because for rune making, although that's not great quality alloy, but I can always chuck it at the other end if I don't need it. So my chess pieces are going to go in there. My ruby's going to go in there, and we can leave the lump of gold behind. So, next up, how's everybody doing over there? Bun, you've got a fantastic map on release. Nice. Nice. And the nice thing is, you can use that as decoration anywhere you please, if you're somebody who likes to decorate, because of course those can travel with you. Yeah, upkeep tokens are a nice bonus. And at least one of the things that they said is, although they're devaluing treasure maps in a way, and it is going to make the market more unstable for them by switching the sleep powder to sleep candy, upkeep tokens are by no means guaranteed, but they are quite a common find. So there are other things which actually do have an in-game value that are semi-regularly in treasure chests. It's just the sleep powders were a guarantee. But they have committed to expanding the pool of treasure that you find in treasure chests at some point in the near future. So we don't yet know what that's going to mean, like if there's going to be, I don't know, more statues in the pool, or if they're going to be introducing maybe some of the things in goblin camps will be less exclusive and will also be findable treasure chests. I don't know. Parsley, you know, you wouldn't be the first. When I do treasure hunting on release with Bun, often Ruffle is to be found just occasionally dropping into and out of our local, and like, you know, with armfuls of like leather and gold and stuff. So that's what they're for. Right, okay, next one we're going for is the rare 80, so I'm going to get attacked at this one. What have we got? So this right here, this is tundra that you're seeing, this grey here that you might otherwise mistake for mountain. This is actually kind of a greeny grey. That's the edge of the tundra. So we're actually just on the other side of the tundra over here. I'll show you where we are on an actual community map. So if we open that one up again, so we are looking at this side of the tundra, and you can see that just there, that's that little slip of path there. So, oh no, I've lost it. Oh no, I've lost it. I clicked on it, gone, there it's gone. There we go, there we go. So I'm actually looking for something round about here-ish, I think. That looks about right to me. I'm triangulating based on where these roads are, for anybody who's less familiar with how you do treasure maps. So because we've got this this road coming off the side here, and the X is almost level with it, it's just a little bit higher. I'm triangulating based on where this road comes out, and that we're a few ticks over from where this road comes out. And so that gets us a little bit over and a little bit higher, more or less, there. So that's what we're aiming for. So let's just turn that one off again. Which means we want to be over on the... Where are we facing now? We want to be over on the east side of the tundra, don't we? And the sort of the southeast side of the tundra at that as well. Ruffle, you sneaky little raspberry. Summoning a goblin camp on the tundra. I know. I mean, there's clearly the remains of some camps around here, and we did get, when they first released goblin camps, we had like 3 on this tundra in the first week. So there was a while when pretty much any time you crossed this tundra, you'd see the remains of at least 2 or 3 goblin camps, and it was sort of like flip a coin as to whether there's a new one. But unless one has spawned since I crossed here earlier, I think we're all right. I think we're all right. Do we know, Vulcan, do you know off the top of your head when we're getting the new textures? Because they've changed what used to be the crude fences. Or is this the new texture? I don't think it is. I think this is still the crude fence texture, right? They've the new texture is already in. Is that it, or is it just because that's an old camp we haven't got the new one spawned? Keep your peepers peeled, because I don't think I've seen the new texture unless it just looks suspiciously like the old one. But basically what they've done is they've made what used to be the crude fences. Now those will stay a buildable fence, but they've introduced a new high decay fence, which is what goblin camps will use. Those are the old forever fences. Okay. The rail fence is the new one. Interesting. Let's just get rid of that. Troll that I was hitting. Hello, Jackal. Speaking of which, have we got a date for Jackal yet? Autumn? Is Jackal in the autumn again? It launched in the autumn last time. My internal worm calendar is all still a little bit skew-if. We are going to be going near Tok Traders after this map clue, Jake. So, okay, Jake says we can see the new fences. We can see the new fences there. So is the new texture then actually on the buildable ones, and the goblin camp ones remain the old crude fence model? Have I got it the wrong way around? I thought it was the goblin camp ones that were changing. Wooden pole fence is the old wooden fence. Wooden plank fence is the old crude... Oh my god, why'd they change all the names? And then there's a crude wooden rail fence. Because I think, is Tok Traders, Jake, where you've got your goblin camp build? Because I know that Jake's constructed a goblin camp very cleverly, kind of for display. Yes, okay, awesome. We'll go and have a look at that when we're on our way past then. So now, am I on the right bit? I think I am, yes. So just down the end of this, I think we're going to pop out about here, on this bottom bit of the map. So we should be coming in just along this way, I think, at the end of this stretch. And goblin camps will spawn with the new rail fence. Cool, cool, cool. Look at those views. If only we were having, like, in the middle of a sunrise or a sunset right now. Also, I haven't drunk anything in ages. I should drink. Okay, there's our strip of sand that you can see down the side, I think, if we're in the right bit. I think we are we? So there should then be a road just there, which there is. Super. So actually, rather than going down that road, because I want to be more or less level with this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to carry on here. I can see there's a scorpion behind me, but I'm going to carry on here until I can see that road there. Well, or I would have. Okay, I want to be like 5 tiles up. So we want to wait for this road to turn a corner, basically. Though not that corner. So we're going to crack on this way until this road turns right, just here. That's how we're triangulating that bit, hopefully, unless I've gone horribly wrong. There we go. Right, that's where the road turns right. But I actually don't want to be quite that far down, so I want to be about here and like 5 tiles that way. Let me just make sure first, though, that nothing is coming in to fight us, because this map is going to have things spawned. So pretty much around here where that meteorite is. I think we're good. So digging by the maple tree, just in case I need to flee, so I know where I dug. Let's stop targeting that troll for a start. And also I'm just going to drink and eat something so that my stamina isn't quite so slow to refresh. I've got a BLT tucked in a pottery bowl, tucked in one of my mule's saddlebags. And I have got some water here somewhere. Normally I have a barrel of water in my cart, but I didn't have enough foresight to do that this time. I do, however, carry 2 water skins as standard, so all good. Right, quality 80. Dig for treasures. A nice meteor right where I'm aiming for, yep. I mean, we can't go far wrong finding this again, can we, with a meteor just there? What are we spawning? You find nothing interesting here. God damn it. Clearly I needed to count more closely. All right. Now, I do need to be within 5 tiles for this, so I can't be far off. But I'm just gonna, so how many tiles forward did we go? We reckoned we were just a little bit above the road, so it should be about the right number of tiles out, but maybe we need to be either a few tiles that way or a few tiles this way. So let's just try digging here on the white flowers. If that doesn't work, I'll go back and try and dig over there. A gold meteor, no less. And do you know why? You used to find meteorites in the wild so much more exciting before we had mag pillars. Well, that was the right one. So what have we got? Hidden anaconda, greenish hellhound, greenish lava spider, greenish scorpion, a raging black bear, and a huge spider. That's not bad at all. That's fine. The things that I consider potentially not fine are when it spawns a number of champion things, or when it spawns some particularly vicious greenish things. Now, having said that's fine, that doesn't mean that they are not going to take pieces out of me, because I'm not terribly well armoured. But at least there's nothing here that's going to do, 30% of my health in one hit to the head. And that's mostly what I mean when I say not fine. Plus I've got backup. And it ain't Eshery. Right. So that greenish scorpion, which thankfully is almost dead, thank you Jake, that's going to be one of the harder hitters. All of these other things, not so bad. There's also a random goblin who was not part of the spawn. I got a coin off that one as well. We like it when we get extra coins. Snakes are pesky and annoying in as much as they do interrupt your attacks But they are also really slow to kill, so I tend to leave snakes till last, even though they're annoying. And have we got... Is it just the snake left? If you're trying to do treasure maps on your own and you need to have a little bit of a sort of a tactical approach to things. Now, let me just see, where did I dig? White flowers, right? What I tend to do is I tend to assess and try and go for the thing which is going to be doing me most damage first, and then often go for some of the smaller ones after that, because I use a life transfer weapon, which means that will heal me a little bit and also then reduce the number of things hitting me at once. But I do still tend to go for whichever thing's going to hit me hardest first and try and take that one out early, because otherwise it can go quite badly. Always love a bit of free money, I know. And Exodus is full of it. I get it all the time from foraging and botanizing and burying stuff around here. Not least because people on Exodus don't seem to bury their stuff. Okay, that one was a casket. It was clue 3 out of a possible 4 to 6. So this should now be 4 out of a possible 5 to 6. So it could be the next one, but it may not be the one till after that. Let me just open that one up. Oh, I've literally just been there. Okay, so this one is back out at G22. I'm just going to snap that one and add it to a thread in the Discord so that it's easy for me to find again. So create thread, pop that in there, and I'm also going to pop a map link because I know exactly where that one is, because I literally just dug a clue up there this afternoon. So we're looking for, what did we say? Zarame 194. I think the one that I dug down earlier was the Anders Tower. The Zarame one's just to the north of it. So I'll pop myself a link in there, but I know where to find that. And also I know that Saken is on the highway if I need it, because I highwayed there earlier. So next one on our list. Now we're heading over to Tok Traders. So we want the Supreme 39. And since this is definitely Jake's stomping ground, I know he knows where he's going. I'll just follow you, Jake. Hellhound dies first. Yeah, Hellhounds are glass cannons, so they bite hard. They follow you for a way if you have to flee, but they do go down quite quick. So I'm with Bun. Hellhound will go down first for me if it's greenish or champion, definitely. If it's only little ones and I've got something else that's greenish, particularly if I've got something like a champion or a greenish crocodile or a scorpion, I will tend to take those before I'll take Hellhounds, because they just hit me so much harder. But Hellhounds are a close second, certainly. I don't know, if I sat down and thought about it, I could probably rank things in the order that I should go for them. That's not necessarily going to be the order that I actually go for them in the moment when I'm doing like a split-second triage, but yeah, I'm sure we've all got our methods for anybody who does this enough anyway. And the bastards do always aim for your head. Yes. And as we've said, for me in particular, because I refuse to, I don't even carry a helmet that is officially armor, because I have my fancy hat on at all times. For anybody that doesn't know, an adventurer's hat is not armor. It does not count as armor, and yet it does take damage in combat, which is very frustrating. So you can put enchants on it. It doesn't actually give you any effective protection as a piece of armor. But let's just tink those up and make sure that I didn't. I'm pretty sure Jake went up here. This next one that we're doing, I'm not going to get attacked at, which is why I'm not really bothering to stop and bandage myself. But if you see me saying, right, this is one I'm going to get attacked at, and I'm still injured, just, use channel points to shout at me or something, because I don't really want to go into one of those battles injured, but I'm quite happy to ride around injured. This will just heal itself naturally over time. And almost anything that I might encounter in the wild, I'm not particularly worried about hitting me while I'm already injured. It's only really if I'm walking into a rift or if I'm walking into a treasure map spawner that it's going to bother me. Where did it go? There it is.
Yes.
There he is.
Magnificent.
Thank you, Parser. So we are looking for the challenge of Honora obelisk, which is near Tok Traders. I think it's just sort of on the edge of the desert, isn't it? We'll find out. This cart probably needs tinking up. Bun's not going to like this. Hang on, let's have a look. Oh, it was quality 69, but it's damaged. Is it still quality 69? Yes, it is. If I tinked this cast up, it would be a bit faster. But, you know, it's a rare cart. These mules have got horseshoes on. They're not the highest casts, and they're not rare horseshoes. They've got, like, I don't know, 80-ish Wind of Ages casts on their horseshoes. I could go faster if I were to imp my cart up and improve the enchants on their horseshoes, and or put rares on them. But I don't go ranging far enough to make it worth doing them on this cart. I have rare horseshoes and a more tinked up cart for my main cart on release, but. So it's TOC Traders. Oh, well, yes, because it's an acronym. But it takes so much longer to say that. It's the old Contemptibles, right? That's what it stands for. Is that... Wait, is that our obelisk? Or is it further up? See, Jake's found some friends. Compared to non-rare horses with barding, yeah. Yeah, old Contemptibles, exactly. So there we go. This is our next one. This is what this map clue is asking for. And we're on a Supreme 39, so no risk of getting attacked here. Just going to see though if all those scorpions followed me because I'm going a little bit slower. There's a Hell Scorpius who might come up behind me, but I'm not too worried. One of the oldest mission structures on Exo, is it really? That's a name I do not recognise. How old is the old Contemptibles deed? Because I don't actually know which your oldest deed is. I don't know what your original deed is on Exodus, Jake. I know you have a lot of them. There we go. There's our treasure chest. So this one was... oh my god, which one was it? This was a Supreme something, right? Okay, this was a Supreme 39. So let's have a look-see. Your original was Roadhouse, so you don't have your original deed anymore. Ooh, we got a rare strange bone fragment in this one. That's nice. We didn't get upkeep chips, but I'll take the strange bone fragment instead. This was a middling one, a challenging one. So in the middle bracket for difficulties, which is why we've got 2 sleep powders out of this one. So we've done one of each so far. So the diamonds can go in there. The chess pieces can go in there. If anybody is short of chess pieces to finish a chessboard, just ask anybody who does maps. We're drowning in them. Putting more pet balls in there. I suppose that can go in the actual treasure one, and also let's move those sleep powders into the treasure pet bowl where they belong. So that's quite nice. Do you know what? Of all the special things that you get in treasure chests, I actually get them very, very rarely. I think I've got one statue in all of the treasure chests I've ever done that were mine. Doing some of Calvert's ones, I think we found like maybe 1 or 2 in Calvert's ones. I don't want the gold, I don't want the compass, I don't want the leather. I am going to have the source crystals because Ashri can eat those too. Are those pet bowls for me, Jake? You sold 5 silvers worth of archaeology with chess pieces. I mean, they're so abundant in the game, why wouldn't you make one of every colour, quite frankly, if you've got the skill to make them at all? You know, why wouldn't you? Bun, you've done 1,000. Oh, you've got 1,000 chess pieces. Yeah, I've got a lot. In fact, I use pet bowls to store chess pieces. I've just got a low bookshelf lined with pet bowls, each of them full of like hundreds of chess pieces. So, you know, we can sort you out between you. I found somebody left a chess king just decaying. It was on like 60 decay or something the other day. In fact, that might actually already be, is that one of the ones that I moved over? Chess King, there you go. I just picked that one up randomly. 70. It was on 70 damage, and these ones used to sell for like sell reliably for like 1 to 2 silver. But when these first came out, they were the most sought after because kings and queens are the lowest drops. I'm just gonna, whilst I'm here, you know, I'm just gonna shuffle those since I've now got a special chess pieces. 1, and let's move those gems down. Is that Hell Scorpius catching up with me? Oh no, it's a normal Scorpion. There are a lot of fierce and raging scorpions around Exodus at the moment. Let's move the source crystals down. And the Dioptra frags. The reason, by the way, that when I picked up the Electrum, I didn't drop it straight into a crate is because lumps of Electrum gold and silver that you get in treasure chests are big lumps. Because these individual lumps, as you make them, are something like, what, 0.1 of a kilo? So when it gives you a 4.5 kilo one, that's going to translate into 45 lumps of gold. So it fills up your crates so fast. So if you are taking lumps from anything, oh, it's fighting my priest. She's doing all right. She's doing all right, amazingly. Thank you though, because I ought to help. Yeah. So if you're picking up any of the lumps from treasure chests, don't drop those into crates. Leave them loose in your cart until you can go and put them into a BSB or something. How's she doing? Me. She's all right. She got stung on the head. But on the plus side, she is a foe priest, so she can heal herself. Let's just do that quickly. If I can. Let's move that one over there. So she's just going to heal herself before I move too far, because she's got a big one on her head. But again, I'm not too worried. Like, most things won't attack her because she's a foe priest. She's actually not a target for many things. Scorpions are one of the exceptions. Scorpions and lava fiends. And a few other things besides will attack foe priests. But as long as her favour is over 30, most things will just plain ignore her, which is why she's able to just wade into arenas. Trolls and goblins will go for her as well, which is why she's able to just wade into arenas full of mobs and come out unscathed, leading a tamed creature behind her. Because happily, anything that won't attack her also won't attack a creature that she's got tamed, as long as her favour remains above 30. So Jake, show me your goblin camp. Let's go and have a look at the new fences. New medium brain hole. Exactly. Do you know what? She actually held up pretty well, considering all she's got is a pissy little candy cane and next to no fighting skill. I'm surprised she wasn't dead by the time you guys noticed. It's like trepanning, isn't it? What is her fighting skill? Not great. Oh, it's up to 56, but she is still, you know, she's still using a candy cane. Aha, okay. So Jake has built a goblin camp, which I think is really clever. Somewhere to put your goblin loot, anyway. So these are okay, so these are the new rail fences. Nice. So does this mean, because these are all spiky, is that just aesthetics? Or are these also now, when you're doing goblin camps, are these things you can snag yourself on, like the actual spike barriers? Or is that just like for cool looks? Because they are pretty aggressive looking. Does anybody know? Has anybody gone and done a goblin camp? They're not the same, Jake, so no danger. Okay, so they look spiky, but if you're doing goblin camps at any point, the actual spike barriers that goblin camps have those are the ones you need to watch out for, because they will unhitch any animals that you've got leading carts. They will sometimes throw you off. I think they'll throw you off your mounts. They will, of course, alert the goblins, and they will hurt you if you try and pass through them, which doesn't mean you can't in a hurry. It's just you're going to take a few wounds on the way. Look at all of this loot. Well, now we know where all the goblin camps on Exodus have been going. I think this is my favourite bit, actually, like the archery towers. I think is my favourite bit of this, because I have seen pictures of this before, but I don't think I've actually come past here in person. Tell you what, let me turn those off a bit so we can just see a bit better. So we've got a good array of the sorts of loots that you can find that are lootable from goblin camps once you have defeated them. So these crude tents, there are two types of tents in goblin camps. One of them is like the military tent shape. Those are, alas, not lootable, which makes me very sad. But these ones are. So if you've done a few goblin camps, you might have a few of these waiting around the skull poles. My favourite bits of loot from goblin camps are these chests. I love them. I am slowly collecting them in every wood type. I don't have all the wood types yet. I quite like the little eating stumps as well. They're quite cute. Eating stumps and barrels are all right. But also you get these sconce torches. Have I seen any of those around? You must have some torch sconces here, but those the torch sconce things are sort of my favourite. Yeah, I love them as well, Ruffle. And they're just the right height to nest into if you use things like rope fences. You can sort of like nest them perfectly on top of the pillars of rope fences. There's lots of things that they just tuck really, really neatly into. You like the skulls on poles? I mean, I love all of this stuff for decoration. I'm glad they gave us so much stuff that was lootable from Goblin. There we go. There's some. So these are the sort of the crude torch lamps that Ruffle and I are talking about. These are our favourite things. I only wish that when you lit them, it didn't look like a blowtorch. But it's not just those, in fairness. My gold hanging lamps also now look like a blowtorch, whereas they used to be a nice little flickering flame. I don't know why those got changed when they changed other things, but they're fancy and I like them, and they're good fun to use places. So that's probably my most sought after bit of goblin loot, swiftly followed by these fancy chests. But yeah, so I think Jake's done a great job of recreating a goblin camp. Although when it started, I'm pretty sure it looked like you could mistake it for a goblin camp originally, whereas now there is so much loot in here, I'm not sure you could, but it's a really nice homage to it, all the same. We are on deed here, right? Yeah. So he's just lit one of them. Where did you just light one, Jake, so that we could see? Where is it? I've lost him. I just saw the event text. He's lit a torch lamp so we can see. Where have you done it? Let's look. Oh, there we go. Yes, there you go. Like, way too aggressive for the size of it. You know, if it was like half the size, it wouldn't even look quite so bad. But it's just this sort of... It's a little bit like somebody lighting a blowtorch. It just seems a little bit too... You know, for the size of it. Still fools the odd person. That would be a big fucking goblin camp, wouldn't it? Look at all of those. I mean, particularly given it remains a 2-tower camp, and yet with, like, how many tents have you got here? Dozens of tents. But yeah, so good fun loot from goblin camps. Although I hear goblin camps have gotten a lot harder since I took a little break from the game. Bun was telling me the other day that they seem to have done some tweaking. So they're even more deadly now than they were before if you're trying to do them without backup. But yeah, these, super clever. Love them. I really like set pieces like this in general. Like, I like when people do kind of, I don't know, what would you call them? Like dioramas or sort of like little homage sites. So... Good job, Jake. Well done. I also love, unlike real goblin camps, where these would just be charging their way through the spike barriers. I just love all the scorpions, like, lined up outside as well, with their grabby hands and spiders. You got stun locked for 5 minutes. Bun nearly died. I so nearly got a bun corpse. Well, somebody so nearly got a bun corpse. Bun's told me on several occasions if he ever dies, I'm going to have to fight for his corpse because there's a lot of people that want it. But we so very nearly got a bun corpse to smush onto paper for posterity. Very, very nearly. Thank you for showing me that, Jake. For anybody who's confused about where we are now, because I've been getting an escort rather than showing you where I'm going on the map, we're now up in the northeast side of the desert, just up here. So we started over in this corner of the map. We've crossed the tundra, and we're now up in this bit of the desert. Ruffle can attest. So nearly got you. So nearly. Right. What's next on my list? So, it was a bit scary seeing Bun nearly die. Now, my new rare 80, that was going to be down there, so that one's moved. Supreme 39, wait, tell me I posted that loot. Oh no! Do you know what, I think I screened it. Have I copy-pasted anything else since? Let's have a look. Bugger! Well, okay, at some point later, I'm going to have to go back and rewatch this stream, and I'm going to have to snip what the loot was from that. But just to remind me to do it, I'm just going to put a Supreme 39 with no loot picture in the Treasure Hunt Loots channel to remind me to go back and snip it later, because I don't want there to be a gap in it. Oh my god, no. Right, so what was next on my list? Should still be in the cache. What, for screen snips? The screen snip, does it save them all somewhere? In any case, I can get it off the stream if not. I don't know where it would keep screen snips. I believe you though. So we're going to get rid of that one. My next one is actually going to be the rare 80 again. You know, I said, oh, I know where that one is. So this one again. I'm going to head down to the Zarame 194 tower, which is close by Saken, where I was earlier today. And that is just here, just on this little bit of map down here. So it's not too far from here. So I just need to orient myself first. I need to go south from here. And I need to find a gate out, otherwise I am going to be goblin loot. There we go. Right, let's just find this one. You're not clueless about baking. You're racing up. Are you skilling baking, Madoon? What's your baking up to now? Good for you. Ooh, apparently I have reached 91 large mall. Also, Calvert's online. Hello, Calvert. I don't know if he's also lurking. This keeps throwing me because my alliance thing pings. And then I'm like, wait, somebody's talking in alliance? Because we never talk in alliance. But no, it's just my skill gains being auto-posted there. See, I put large mall down because I hit 90. And I said I wasn't going to skill it anymore. And yet, when I'm doing treasure maps, I just like the comforting thwack of my large mole. Right. Saken. So I'm going to go find myself a highway. Here is a highway. I'm going to find myself a... what way am I facing? South, that'll do. I'm going to go and find myself a waystone. I could probably do this cross-country, but because I'm doing so many other things on stream, actually I find it quite helpful to follow the highway system, even though it often takes you a long way round. Earlier, I did a very foolish thing, and I told the highway to take me somewhere outside of Thulspring, and the first 500 tiles took me to the other side of Thulspring, and if I had been paying attention, I would have clocked that. But I wasn't, so the downside of highways is they do often take you a longer route round than if you know the direct route. The upside is that they are much easier to just follow without paying too much attention, theoretically. If you're somebody who has an ADHD brain and gets distracted by all the things, like, for example, when I'm on stream. So your baking has gone... Okay, so you've got 1.5 points in baking. What are you doing to get baking skill? Are you doing the dreaded pan filling, or are you doing actual fun things in baking and getting some skill along the way? Yeah, the Zarame is a Zarame 194 is what we're heading for next. Now, I probably do want to go that way, but let's use the highway system anyway because we can. It's still got me heading to Oshao because I never actually stepped on Deed. I was just using it to get close by, and we want Saken. There we go. It is indeed that way. Let's go. You're cooking things suitable for your skill level. Well done, Madoon. You know what, that's actually, like, even when I am trying to skill, that's the bit that makes my head hurt most, trying to work out what is the correct thing to do for the skill level I'm at, and what is the correct quality to have my tools at. And I know that there are calculators that will help you do that, but you have to understand the fucking calculators first. And I look at those, and my brain just goes, no. It's a good thing I'm not somebody who wants to do kind of active skilling very often. And when I do, I probably do it terribly inefficiently. Because I favour not having my brain hurt. You've got a spreadsheet of the baking recipes and their difficulties. Nice, Madoon. Nice. Why is it making me double back? Probably because a highway doesn't go the more direct route. Are we now facing north? See, I'm tempted to just go across and then pick up another highway somewhere over here, and I probably could just do that. This is one of those things where I know that the highway's taking me a longer way around than I need to go, because where I'm actually going is kind of over there-ish. So let's take a shortcut and hope that it is actually a shortcut. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Crim's the min-maxer. Yeah, you can't really see it, can you? And like, I'm a role player I play various other kinds of games as well, and I've never been a min-maxer in tabletop roleplay games either, or LARPs. I've always been a sort of, like, you know, use your points strategically to get a good build if possible, but also make sure that it's like a characterful and interesting and fun to play build. And I've played alongside a lot of min-maxers, so I definitely know the difference. I suspect if they played Worm, they would also be numbers go up kinds of Wormians as well. Now, don't think I want to head south just yet. But we're getting close. We're heading kind of like vaguely over here. Vaguely over here. I don't know. How's the heat wave been for the rest of you? We've been amber heat health alerts in the UK all this week. And right in the southeast corner where I am, we've mostly been out of the amber alert zone, whereas everybody else has been right in it. But we had an amber heat health alert for today, and yet today was blissfully far less awful than yesterday. Yesterday was so hot and so sticky, but we had a beautiful storm overnight again. That's like the third night in a row that we've had storms, so it woke me up. I love storms. So I got woken up at like 6 a.m. to a gorgeous storm. Whoop, somebody's left a treasure chest. Oh, anybody want some more dioptra fragments? I'll leave one behind because I like to leave the chests behind. I mean, how many dioptras do you really need? Maybe one day I'll run some kind of a community event and I'll get around to it, and everybody will get a dioptra in their thing. Maybe that's what we should do for the bun. Maybe that's what we should do for next year. Oh, Jake's back. Maybe that's what we should do next year for the Delhi Renaissance Festival. Like with all of those dioptra frags, just put one in every goodie bag. So, Seiken is just over there, I think, and the tower that we're heading for, the Zarame Tower, I think is just up there-ish. We'll soon see. Jake seems to know where he's going. I don't want to kill tortoises and crabs, though. It makes me sad that they're aggressive. I do not wish to hurt them. So we're heading over, like, over to this little spit of land, just there. Your prediction for tomorrow is 21. 21 would feel a lot more manageable than it has done this week. More storms leaving the French coast. Good. Maybe I will get a 4th night of storms in a row. Like, it makes me sad in a way that they are mostly overnight storms as well. Am I going to be able to get over this? That's annoying. Surely I can get over this. Let's go try and go where Jake is. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Only one good storm thus far has been during the daytime. And so I finished up the thing that I was doing and I went racing out to try and catch the storm. And of course it finished pretty much as soon as I went running outside without my coat on, being like, "Eee, storm!" Missed it. So annoyed. So, tower. There's our tower. Zarame 194. Okay, so this is one that I'm going to get attacked at again because this is the quality 80 map. Unfortunately, are those just tortoiseshells? They are just tortoiseshells, and Jake has just killed whatever other mob was... Oh, it was a seal. Well, that wasn't going to attack me. But, am I still injured? No, I'm not. My stamina's refreshing fast enough, so let's see what it spawns on me this time. Just close that a minute. Creatures guarding this location attack you. Hardened troll, greenish lava fiend, greenish hellhound. We will go for that one first this time. There's another hellhound there as well. Raging brown bear. I mean, I was going to go for the hellhound first, but apparently I took the bear. Right. Probably misclicked. They do, though, sometimes. Sometimes they'll taunt you away from the thing that you're trying to hit. Like that. Now there's a spider. Or was that just... No, that was just the hellhound dying. Let's do the lava fiend next. Just because the troll will probably take a bit longer. Problem with doing all this baking is you're going to end up with a mountain of food. Have you got an LMC? I mean, there's only so much you can store in it, but you can use containers within containers in LMCs. Mine are full of things like pet bowls or satchels or whatever. So, what are you baking at your level, Madoon? So presumably not loaves of bread. What is good to bake at the level that you're at? I mean, you could always feed some to Ruffle if she ever comes home. You could, yeah, Vulcan, as Vulcan says, you could use it to train taming, if taming is of interest to you. Cheese toast. You could mail everybody a cheese toasty, you know, just for funsies. If she ever comes home. I know. She's such a dirty little stop out. If I were paying more attention, I'd be doing more with my focus and my special moves, but since I've got help, doing all right. And thank you for the help, by the way, Jake. Right, let's do another dig. There is a billy sheep gruff stew there. Does anybody not yet have this recipe learned? Billy sheep gruff stew? Give us a wave if you don't, I'll mail it to you. So, dig again. What did I just call her? A dirty little stop out. Maybe that's an idiom that is is a bit more regional than I expect. Dirty little stop out was what my mother used to call me if I was out later than I was supposed to be. It's you know, friendly term. Okay, that was also not the final one. So if we open that one up, open it again, it's another one without a map. Q16. So something in this region here. So I'm just going to go and actually look that one up on a map. I can see that I'm a little bit inched over here, so whilst I'm doing this, since I can't patch up on the move, but Eshri's favour is full, I'm just going to get her casting a Light of Foe. She might as well. Just to tink me up a little bit. Right, so what do we say? Oda Honorata 858. Let's have a look. So something down here-ish. Is it Guard Tower? Yes, it's a Guard Tower. And let me just get it to tell me again. Oh, I can't, can I? I can't get it to show me on the map, but what did we say? Q16. Q16. Okay, so it's more like here-ish. So it's going to be one of these, presumably. God, there are a lot of towers in this area. Not finding the one I want, though. Orion Star Tower. You think that one's not on the map? Okay, so we might just have to go to that area and scout around and see it. I can't see it at a glance on this map, but I haven't hovered over them all, in fairness. But at least because we know the kind of area it's in, and if with any luck, if it's anywhere near the desert, this is not too difficult to explore. If it's up the mountain or something, that's a little bit trickier. I need to at some point. I'm sorry, guys. I realise that the labels on this are really, really small for you. Even I'm having to peer to look at them. So I need to do a little bit of testing at some point with my source and see, because even if I zoom in, the labels stay the same, but I might need to just have a play with rescaling the markers. But I don't want to try and do it right now. But it's going to be somewhere in this region. So I'm just going to pop a map pin there so that I can find it again. Somewhere in that desert broadly. And I know where that desert is. That's not too bad to reach from Thorspring. So that's where our rare 80 is next. But we've got I've got more maps to do before I get to that one, because I've got more between me and it. So let's turn that one off again for a second. So it's where the Orion Star was. I don't know where the Orion Star. Oh, okay, good. Jake's posted us a link. Thanks, Jake. I was going to say I don't know where Orion Star was, but okay. So we're probably expecting it to be somewhere around that, on that northern tip. Good. Thank you. That's helpful. Right. So we've opened that one up. Did anybody say they need a Billy Sheep Gruff stew? I was not looking. It is a British idiom. I'm glad that Ruffle recognised it, because every so often I say something which I think is a widespread British idiom, and people are like, no, it's not. Like spread out like a lettuce, for example, which like one or two people have heard of, and a whole bunch of other people are like, that's not a saying. That's not a thing. But I only need one other person who's not anything to do with my family to verify it for it to be a legitimate idiom, just, you know, a slightly more unusual one, maybe. Futurism says send toast. I'm not on my own with the lettuce. I can't remember who it was, but at least one person also knew the spread out like a lettuce idiom. I'm sure. Madoon, you just sailed past 40. Congratulations. Dirty stop out is yes. Okay, but spread out like a lettuce. Is that one you recognise or not? Right, if anybody does want this one, shout. I don't think anybody has. If not, I will stick it into the great vault of recipes that I carry around with me to sack or eat on my priests who never have actual food or give away when people need them. In the meantime, though, my next maps. So I've got Supreme 41 and the Rare 57 are both in a similar kind of area. Let me have a look. Supreme 41, and if I show hint, that's there-ish. And what was the other one I said? The Rare 57. So if we open that one up and show hint on that one, as you can see, like overlapping areas. But because these are the first clues for today on these maps, I have actually already found them both and posted them in the Coterie channel, so I know where they are. What I am going to do is I'm just going to go and look at those two maps side by side to see which one I should be doing first, and then I will go and crack on. So in the Coterie channel, Supreme 41, Rare 57. Supreme. So Supreme 41, that is its final clue. That one is definitely going to be a treasure chest. I'll pop it in to the chat for anybody who wants to just go and have a nosy. So that's one of the points. And the second one that we want, Rare 57, is there. So I'll pop that one in chat as well, just for anybody who's interested. And if I get rid of the map here, these are the two maps that those map pins I've dropped in correspond to. So looking at those side by side, they are actually really fucking close to one another, aren't they? It probably doesn't matter which one I do first, but actually I'm going to do the second one first because that's closer to a highway and probably slightly easier to find. So I might be able to get a highway to take me down to Corgerton and go from there. We shall see. Just going to make those a little bit smaller so they don't take up quite so much real estate until we actually need to go and look at them up close. What you doing, Jake? Are you staying with me or are you heading back to your deed? I suppose I need to find a highway if I'm getting a highway to take me. You'll lead the way. All right, lead on, she says, and then immediately loses him. There he is. Lead on, Macduff. Yeah, they're dead close to one another. So although you can't necessarily see the overlap on here, I suspect that little bit of green you're seeing on here looks like that little bit of green there, so you can just about see where the overlap is with that little bit of little spot of sand next to it. So the edge of this map is the middle of this map, effectively. So those are going to be nice and close together. And the Rare 57, is that its final? Is that also a final step? 2 of 3 to 5. No, this could be a final step, but 1 in 3 chance. So that may yet have some more clues to find. Thank you for the escort again, Jake. It's so nice to have someone who is an actual native Exodian who knows the server and travels the server. Therefore knows it much better than me, who knows the faster routes than the highways. I appreciate it. Thank you. You might need to switch up recipes. Are your skill gains tailing off now, Madoon? No more cheese toast for all of us. You could always mail me a cheese toast. My BLT's not going to last much longer. How much have I got left in my BLT? I've been nibbling it down. Never goes as far as you want it to go. Do you know what? It's probably fine. I've still got 0.9. 0.9 of a kilo. Just make sure I don't lose sight of Jake. Getting distracted. He's just over there. I've got songs in my head again now, and I'm trying really, really hard not to sing. Not least because I'll wreck my voice. But also this mic is not made for singing. It's because I've been trying to learn how to fret. As in my guitar, not the other kind of fret. So my poor fingers are so sore, as anybody who has ever learned guitar will know. When you're a beginner, you've got no calluses on your fingers at all, so your fretting fingers get really quite sore really quite fast. While you're learning, you tend to grip harder than you actually need to while you're figuring out the amount of pressure needed. And because this is an acoustic guitar rather than a classic guitar, it means that it's like steel strings, which also bite a lot more than if it would like a nylon stringed classic guitar. So little and often I think is the way to do it, because I do sort of like 15-20 minutes of practice, or maybe half an hour just fiddling about, trying things out, trying to figure things out, and afterwards like the dents in my poor fingers. Slow and steady wins the race and all. Whose birthday? Oh, and Summer's saying that you've got a forest giant slaying tomorrow on Indie on Dragonfang. Like up on the green belt of Dragonfang or near the foot of Dragonfang. Someone sent me mail. Is that my cheese toasty? Thank you, if so. Happy birthday early. Oh, is it your birthday, Summer? Or is it a birthday party for the forest giant? Also, crap, where have I lost him? There he is. Did I go the wrong way, Jake? Sorry. just a slew of scorpions scuttling along behind him. Thanks, Jake. Glad somebody was paying attention. Whoa, where are we going? What this? I have never been here before. Latest in slaying pen technology. Do you know what? I love the Sunken Colosseum. Hang on, I know I've got scorpions following me. This is very cool. I like this. So when you have you lure them down into this one, and this is where you do your slayings. This is really cool. I like that as well. Like that slope down in. I suppose let's just deal with these before they take my priest out. It was given to you for your birthday on the green ring. Okay, yeah. Well, happy birthday in advance. To you and to whoever else's birthday it is. You need to check that out, Bun. What this? Get some ideas. It's good, isn't it? Jake does a lot of good builds on Exodus. I've seen lots of quite interesting design concepts, which almost always turn out to be Jake's latest deed experiment. That's really effective though, like the way that you kind of sink down into it. I want to just come and have a look from the outside again without scorpions biting my backside. Because that's proper cool. And you know what? We see arenas all the time at things like, at things like Impelongs and stuff. But of course, the arenas are always built up, and I really love this kind of low profile from above, sunken pit of a Colosseum. I think that's dead cool. With your viewing platforms, of course. And your nice little holding cell. So, out of interest, because I don't think I've ever seen a unique hidden in anything other than like a mountainside type thing. In a cave that shallow, with the roof that shallow, when they're in there, do they just pop out the top? Like, do you see them standing out the top in the same way that if you have a colossus just inside a cave entrance, it pokes out the mountainside? So you just have sort of like a unique, just like just stuck like in quicksand all the time they're in them. Yeah, so they cliff out. So with the cave entrance on, it just kind of looks like it looks like you've got like a cyclops or a forest giant or something, just sort of like stuck in quicksand. That's pretty cool. That also means that presumably from the viewing platforms, you can just see them sort of stood here in the middle waiting. Very good. Very good. I'm sorry I didn't make the one that you had here the other day. I totally meant to. And then I think it was one of those really hot days and I just spaced out. Very cool, Jake. Very cool. Maybe I get to see it in action at some point when I am, when I've got my head in gear. So, where we go? Oh, and in fact, there you go. There was the Cyclops that I missed. Oh, no! Right in my ear, you sod! With my headphones on, I get like surround sound, and because I tend to turn away from it in-game, because I'm like, oh no, of course, then the surround sound moves around and I get it in the other ear. Bun, yes, apparently so. Why would it not keep a unique there? Because it's the same kind of principle behind the way they keep them at the public slayings on release, for example. Lure them into a reinforced cave on a deed in a like with perimeter fences and things, and presumably strongwalled closed, or whatever the thing from the shop is closed that I never remember, Shaker Orb closed or whatever. Now they just follow you. What do you mean reinforcement does nothing? What will do it is the bump, because it can't mine down those. Can they mine past reinforcements now? It used to be that you just had to make sure there was no sort of route for them to tunnel out past the reinforcements, though, right? Or was it not that? Was it ever that simple? You can tell I don't get involved in all this stuff. I know that there's some fancy mechanics to trying to actually keep them in a place long enough to do any kind of a timed slay. They just mine right through reinforcements. Interesting. Even double reinforcements. Just chomp right through them. Because they can also bash like buildings and things. All right, still got him. I haven't lost him yet. Okay. So the strongwalling doesn't keep them in. But yet, Shaker Orbing or strongwalling the entrance closed and then dropping dirt on it, that stops it, right? Because although they can mine and tunnel, they can't also push through a dirt layer, right? So you close the entrance and then you drop something on top so that it's not just bare rock face. Is that right? Right. Release guys do stuff with clever stuff with water. Interesting. I have no idea where I am, so I'm just blindly following Jake and trusting that he's not leading me to my doom. Where are... Oh! Well, I should know where I am, given that we're now crossing a body of water. Bloody hell. Look at those bridges. That is quite the lookout. Let's get rid of that croc. But water doesn't work for dragons because they fly over. Good to know. So that stops them from opening a mine or cave opening, but they will mine under it. Will they even mine below the water level, though? Or is that what you mean about funky things about water? Because if you have them close to the water level, presumably if mining down means going completely underwater, does that stop them? I know they don't struggle to swim, but given that We can't dive down underwater. Your goblin leader mined into water, Summer Breeze? Yeah, it's not quite flying. It's like, you know, it's just there's terrain that they can traverse that others can't, and because they're so big, it's not like watching it's not like watching a horse swim behind you in a boat or something. They just sort of glide across the top of it, like Jesus. They do, yeah. I've heard they do strange mining. I've never actually seen the results of a unique trying to tunnel its way out. I have, however, seen several slayings where the unique has managed to tunnel its way somewhere that nobody expected, and they've had to go on looking to find where the fuck it is. Like following its tunnels, I guess. Okay. Tell me when we're getting close, Jake, because then I need to start paying attention to landmarks just so that I can get my bearings to find myself on this map. So many scorpions. If anybody wants to train up weapon skills, or fighting skill or whatever, Exodus is great for it. I mean, Exodus really is a good hunting server. It's covered in mobs all the time. And the kind of mobs that you can actually get some weapon skill off as well. However, if you feel very squishy, Exodus is maybe not a great place to go roaming by yourself, because it is very easy to get stuck places on Exodus. There's a lot of areas in Exodus where there's the kind of aggressive terraforming that you think you can ride over it and you just can't. And there's a couple of places, particularly, unfortunately, right around the middle of Exodus, where there are people with particularly large deeds, and the kind of deeds where they've walled it all off, so you have to go a long way around when you think you should be able to go kind of more or less as the crow flies, when you're sort of just doing a bit of wild pathing. So I would say just be a little bit careful if you do want to come roaming around Exodus and you're not very familiar with it. Make sure you've got a tent and some cotton. So the hatchling you had tethered to a water tile. Is that what you mean? Tethered to a water tile and was flapping about? Where are we going? We at the corner. Oh, we're at the corner. Okay. So this corner, presumably, on this top one just down here. Because there's a little bit of sand just there. Awesome, thank you. Okay, so if we're down at this corner here, we're going to head along and try and find this sort of P-shaped bit of road. So I'm going to go just off-road a little bit so I can keep my eye on the highway just there. But I'm looking for a little bit of a paved area, probably. If I cared to go and look back at the map, I would see for certain whether it was paved or not, but let's just see how we go. Got a little bit of tundra there. That looks like it. Is that a little kind of paved P-ish shape? Yes. Okay, so as you can see, it's all kind of like broken up, but that's broadly sort of a P-shaped bit of paving, which is what we're seeing just there. And this is the rare 57. So I'm not going to get attacked here, and I've got about 10 tiles grace. I'm, however, just going to kill that little thing. You done, Bun? Have you done all of your maps left on Delhi? I hope you did keep a final count. Right, so that's the P, and I reckon I just need to be a little bit this way from it, so somewhere here-ish. Let's go for this tree. My large mall has Mind Stealer on it, which means every so often it steals me some either like body stats or weaponless fighting off something, which is the only reason I've got weaponless fighting at all. Maybe after many, many years of Mind Stealer, treasure chest. Maybe after many, many years of Mind Stealer stealing weaponless fighting, I might be better at fish slaps. but I'm not great thus far. Got another cave bug on me. I'm kind of curious though, just to see what my weapon. Wait. Where's my skills? Where's my skills? Why can't I find my skill window? What have I done? Have I got it minimized somewhere that I can't see? Or is my keyboard not doing what it's meant to do? Maybe I've got it closed. Let's just... Where does one find one's skills when one isn't using a hotkey? Tools? Hotkeys? Where's my skills? Where are my skills? Where do they live? What? Interface. Aha. Thank you. Normally that's just hotkeyed, and for some reason the hotkey wasn't doing it. What was I looking for? Weaponless fighting. 14.47 points of weaponless fighting exclusively from Mindstealer, basically. Right, let's have a look at this chest. So this one was the... what did I just say? Rare 50 something? Rare 59? Rare 57. This one was a rare 57. And we've got a huge shod club. No, that was Jake. You're messing with my treasure chests, Jake. I'm just going to take that one out for a second. Don't drop anything else in so I can screen it, and I will actually remember to put this one in. So let me put that in the Discord before I forget. Treasure hunt loots. So rare 57 was that one. Now we can put the shot club back in. So we've got upkeep chips again. That's quite nice. These have been more generous. Like this is, I don't normally get upkeep chips as frequently as we've had them here. I've just been lucky with these ones. So let's move those over and then put them in my coin purse. Wherever I've put that now. There it is. We've got some gems. We've got our requisite 2 sleep powder. Oh, my voice is going. Thick rope I am having because we hate rope making. So the pawns can go... Whoops. Let's just open those back out again. Pawns can go over in there. I will take the electrum, but again, I'm not going to put it in bulk storage because it will be a pain in the arse. We've got some moonshine. We've got some opals, which are always good for priests. So, yeah, kind of underwhelming, but it's nice to have the upkeep chips and nice to have the... I suddenly feel really bright on the camera, and I think it's just because the sun has set behind me. But what I might do is I might just turn some of these lights down a little bit, because obviously when there's daylight around, the lights have to work harder to actually light up my face. But as soon as it goes down, then suddenly I'm lit up like a fucking beacon. Slightly better? Slightly better. Upkeep candy. 2 days before you make it back to Deed. Wait. Hang on, bear with me. I'm just catching up on chat. So Bun has done all the maps. Yeah, I got attacked by a random mob, but the map did not spawn mobs at me. Jake, you've got a bunch of maps. Are you're not sure if you're going to try and do them at all, or you mean before it becomes sleep candy? I'm definitely not doing my random indie ones. I might look and see what I've got left on release, but I don't think it's that many because Bun and I cracked through so many of them on stream. I still look really bright. Is that just me? I feel really bright. If I'm getting all like overly lit up, just shout at me. Not the extra ones you just bought off mass. So you haven't done all of your maps, Bun, you fibbed. What a fibber. Yeah, F2 wasn't doing it for some reason. Wonder if it now will, now that I've closed it. Nope, still not doing it. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe I need to just go and check my hotkeys. It might be that something that a relog would fix anyway, though. Every so often Worm does a funny thing where like certain keybinds just stop working and they get fixed with a relog. So you've done a dozen or so maps this week as well. I'll do a count up of the upkeep chips at the end if I remember. Try and remind me to see how much we actually got out of them. I hope they don't nerf that though. The upkeep chips are nice, and they got so much better since they made it so that you can deposit them, deposit multiples of them, deposit them faster because they were dead slow. It's like chocolate in your pocket on a hot day. Oh, I've got chocky bickies, and I forgot I got myself some cookies because it's not so warm that they were just going to melt immediately. It's not me glowing. It probably also doesn't help. You know, I'm going to take those off. Probably also doesn't help. So like I do have a bit of a glow, and by a bit of a glow I mean it's warm in here and I'm streaming and I've got lights on me and I've got, you know, 2 monitors and my laptop pumping out a load of heat. So I am probably also slightly glowy, but that's not what I meant, and you know it. You've got 2 left on Exobun, 9 on release. I don't have any deli ones to trade you. Right, now the other one, the next one is really close by, isn't it? So we just did this one. I can't remember what the map looked like before, but we need to just go east, I think. We're looking for this really densely planted area and that little patch of sand. Let me just have a look on a big map to see where it is relative to where we are. Although there looks like there's a diagonal road running that way, although I think it might have changed a little bit. Having looked at the latest map dumps, I think that diagonal road has changed a bit since these map clues were spawned, but I don't really think that's going to be a problem because we know it's not far from where I am now. So let's just open that up so that we can see. We can see. So this is the diagonal road as is, but as you can see, like the sort of, I think that's the right one, right? Yeah, because it's near the Rolf sign, but like the patch of sand and things that you can see on that map doesn't appear to be on the latest map dump, and there's also some differences in like the roads around here where some things have moved, I think. So but that patch of sand hopefully is still there. So actually the closest thing, we want to be looking for that guard tower because it's going to be just south of that. So Crim 130, that's what we're going to look for. That's the easiest thing, I think, to navigate from, and hopefully it should be relatively visible from somewhere around here. Which way did I want to go? West. I wanted to go west, not east. Let's try that again, shall we? So there it is. Okay, there's our guard tower. So that finds us our little... Is that our patch of sand? That looks a bit too small. That's a single tile. That's our patch of sand next to the guard tower. There you go. So we're digging, yeah, literally just a little bit south of it, more or less where Jake's standing. And this is a Supreme 41. So again, it's not going to spawn mobs on me. Having a petulant moment, Parser. Hey, treasure chest. Num 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 num. So before Jake goes and drops something in it, let's have a look at what we got in this one. Still no rares, but we have got yet more upkeep chips, so I'm not complaining. Bun, who has been dropping all of the rares that he's been getting in treasure chests, none of which he likes, in the Coterie channel. See, Bun, most of us don't even get the rare rolls most of the time. So let me pop that in the treasure chest channel just before I forget. So that one is a Supreme 41. As far as we know, the quality level of the map only really affects how many items you might get in there. Bun, do you have any sense of whether or not it affects like how many rare chances you get? The impression I've been getting from doing treasure maps all this time is that it affects the quantity of stuff you get, and obviously it affects the number of sleep powders, and the more items you get in a chest, the more chances there are for one of those to get a rare roll, the more chances there are therefore for there to be special items in there, just because there's more kind of rolls on the loot table, if you like, in sort of D&D terms. But I'm keeping a note when I keep pictures of my loot of the rarity and the quality, just in case that data turns out to be a significant factor. But yeah, Jake, you reckon just the quantity as well? Yeah, exactly. So because there are more items in them, therefore there are more chances at it being a rare, or more chances at it being one of the special drops. No special drops in these though, but we like upkeep. We shall have that. We do not want the two-handed sword, so that can stay. So those can go in my coin purse. I'll have our 2 sleep powders, which can go in there. The opals can go straight in. We've got vodka this time. That can go with all the other glass jugs. Yet more dioptra frags. Yet more chess pieces. Blank paper can go into the crate. Not bothered about the silver, not bothered about the compass. Let's just stop targeting that black wolf. So how many have we done? I suppose I could... Well, I don't know how many clues we've done. I know how many treasure chests we've opened by looking at my loot channel, but I've kind of lost track of the clues. So let's see what we've got. That should be in there. Yeah, help yourself to the compasses, Jake. I do not use them. Bun uses them. And on the rare occasions that I go highwaying, I'm always kicking myself for not having like a little stash of compasses. But when I take them home and stash them, because I don't bother sticking them in LMCs, by the time I actually want to then build a highway with them, they always end up being like half dead or gone anyway. So, yeah, waystones. Waystones. If you're somebody who does highways, then they are useful to take. So both of those were treasure chests, which means both of those are done. We've got just 4 maps left. Pretty good. Now, I think it's not too much of a pain in the arse to get down here and up and over. My next one, I want to be going right down here in this corner. And I think this is where Machu Picchu used to be, right? So I think there's a coast road just down the side here, and I can go up and over and down towards this step. So the next place that we're heading for is going to be for our rare 59, which is 3 out of 4 or 5. So this could be treasure, or it could be another map clue. It's quite nice and easy to find because it's got this very helpful, like easily spottable road pattern when you actually get there down in the steppe. So I'm not particularly bothered about all the other clues. I don't need to bring up a map to look at it. If you look at an Exodus map yourself, look down in the bottom right or the southeast corner of the steppe, you will see that road formation as well. Nice and easy to spot. So now I just need to figure out how the fuck I get anywhere from where I am. Are you still going to leave me, Jake? Or at least lead me back to a highway? Is it treasure or is it trash? You do need to make a jingle for that. Maybe that's one of the things you could sing on stream, Bun, when you stream. See, now that's quite clever, Parser. So you build partial waystone, so you use the compass to start the waystone, and then the waystone itself is repairable as an unfinished item. I mean, I do have a bunch of crap. Wherever I lost him, there he is. I do keep chests full of unfinished items, which are surprisingly storable. But mostly where I've added one item to something to try and use up a rare, to try for a rare roll on something I've got because I don't want to store it and I can't be bothered to sell it. But yeah, that's a good tip. If you know that you're going to need waystones in the future, rather than letting your compasses decay, just create unfinished waystones with them. Very clever, very clever. Wait, I looked away. I looked away. Where did he go? Which way? Where did he... There he is. There he is. I can see you. I can see you. I'm fairly sure. I don't remember. I'm fairly sure there was a stream, a treasure hunting stream once, where I was following somebody and I lost sight of them. And then I started following somebody else entirely, not realising I was following the wrong person. Just stalking some random person across the server on stream, being like, whoops, nope, nope. You did give a useful tip, Parser. We all have useful tips to share. That's one of the things that I really like, actually, about streaming. I don't just get to share tips, I also get to learn new things from people, or learn better ways to do things. I'm all for the pro tips. Pro tips, pro tips. Wait. Like that, for example. That is a named horse. That is not Jake's horse, however. Where's he gone? Oh, do you know what? I looked away for too long. What have I done with him? Where's he gone? There he is. There he is. I got you. You're so patient. I look away for a second and I'm like, no, no, lost him again. No, he's being a very good escort. What are you talking about? He's leading me places so I don't have to use highways. He's helping me fight things so I don't die a horrible death. He is, however, depriving you all of getting to watch me, like, be like, no, 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 no. Like, backing the fuck off, half dead. But that's all right. You get enough of that on other people's streams. You don't need to see me nearly die. Maybe one day we can see Bun nearly die on stream, though. That would be nice. Especially since most of you have seen me actually die on stream a couple of times, including on treasure hunt streams. Like that one time I died right outside Bramblehime. Just distractedly talking to Bun and being like, no, I've got time to get away, but whoops. At least it wasn't far to run to get back. Crap, now where have I lost him? There he is. Still good. It's all good. It's all good. Bad Bun indeed. I don't even have a Bun cam here to turn him upside down. Roughly, you're in slapping range of Bun at the moment. It's always worth asking. Did he go around the corner? He did go around the corner. I've just noticed, I was just looking at your titles, Jake. 15th Sovereign. I don't think I've seen that one before. I assume that's a meditation title. Grand Poobah of the Old Contemptibles. What are you doing to Ruffle, Bun? Earlier he was mounting her. Now she's hiding from kisses. Is that your tower, Jake? Or one of your towers? Is that the one that Calvert and I climbed up to? I think that one... Was that the one that we did off stream? I know Calvert and I climbed up to that one and he had a very scary time
Bun's going back
climbing up to that one. But I can't remember if we did that one on stream or not. But it gets pretty steep up there. Okay, it's not that one. So that one's only a few months old. Why was somebody bitching about it? Wait, I've lost him again. Did you go through the tunnel? Oh, no, you're behind me. Fine, fine. What, because they didn't like the terraforming? So what you're saying is there's a new spot for Calvert and I to climb up to. That's what I'm gleaning from this. Oh, they had a map for it. Yeah, I can see why people would be pretty pissed. I suppose I'm just grateful I haven't had a map for the other tower that you built right on top of a mountain. Even you, Bun. Even you bitch sometimes. Surely not. We've never seen you bitch about anything. That doesn't sound like the Bun we know. I'd go slightly faster if I were actually paying enough attention to stay on the road, wouldn't I? How's my FPS doing? Meh. All of this travel, this always happens on treasure hunt streams because you cover so much space on a server. Like my FPS just like my average FPS just slowly drops as the hours tick on. Before sometimes I need to just admit that it's time to do a quick relog on Crim to get rid of all of that. Hello, puss. Get your claws out. Just to sort of give it a bit of a refresh. Where the memory starts dragging its heels. Lagging a bit. Also another tower to the east. Bun is never grumpy. No. No. Bun, you do not only bitch when people do stupid shit. You frequently bitch just because you're being bitchy. Or because you don't see the sense that they clearly see. He's such a grumpy old man, except he's not old at all. See? What? What the fuck? What the fuck, Exodus? I mean, there are far worse ones than that, but this is what I mean. At least most of this road is straight. There are some bits, particularly up in the north of Exodus, where you're just happily riding along a road and then the whole thing tilts, and then the middle of the road like goes on a funny tilt like this, and you're sort of like all riding at angles and... No. You were lazy. Okay. So now we are coming into the step. So we're just coming down here. So that's probably that body of water that I'm just riding past. Looks like it, doesn't it? And this step is nice and easy to traverse. Calvert and I have been over here a few times on treasure hunting streams, because we almost always get maps down in this step. I've already done one down in this step at one point today. It was mostly buried. He said to hell with it and just paved right through. Oh, in fact, look at all of these. Let's just go and have a peek in this treasure chest. Pretty sure this wasn't the one I left earlier today, but I probably did leave one around here somewhere. Yeah, no, wasn't me. I probably would have picked up ropes. I don't have that many things that I use rope for, though. It's mostly the special ropes. Do you use normal ropes in shipbuilding as well? I feel like you must... We must use them in something, right? I tend to only pick up the special ones, though, not for shipbuilding, but for bridge building and portcullises. Right, hang on, let me get my bearings, get my compass out. So we're looking right down here. Essentially, we want to be down in the southwest corner of this step. And like I said, it's nice and wide open, so we can just trundle on down. Yeah, rope fences and rope bridges. Okay, so yeah, so you use ropes in rope fences. I don't build all that many of them. I don't think you use normal ropes in rope bridges, though, do you? I think it's all cordage, mooring ropes, and thick ropes in the bridges, I think. But rope fences, yes, you're quite right. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at our map. So I want to be heading for that tower, in fact. So just over here, that's our F-shape bit of road that we can see just over there. So we're going to use that to triangulate from. Cordage and thick ropes. So when I say like this is the top arm of that F shape, I think. So yeah, there's another bar of it. So we're just going to follow this down and round. Currently heading down this way, down this bit of this path, until it branches away to our right, which it is about to. And we're looking at digging just a few tiles north of where the next bend in that path is. So just up here. So there's the turn in the path. We're just going to dig somewhere here-ish. Although, is this... What map are we on? Rare 59. I've got 10 tiles grace. Not going to get attacked, so I don't need to nail it down too much. So... Dig for treasures. How's everybody doing over there? Is that a bear biting my arse, or is that something that just tagged me halfway across a map and something else is biting my arse? What even was that? Assuming it wasn't Jake. Well, oh, it's a snake. No wonder I couldn't see it. I was like, did I just get spanked? Okay, so that was not a chest. It was another casket. We'll open that one up. Open. Oh, no. I hate things tucked into mountains. At least it's not on a mountain. Looks like there's a road going up to that. That better not be up at Machu Picchu. Hang on. So, show hint. It is. Oh, fuck, it is. It's Machu Picchu. Look at that. See, maybe I know Exodus better than I think I do. Not that Machu Picchu's there anymore. I think it fell a while ago. But it's that kind of area. If it's not Machu Picchu, it's one... Is it? Is it? Yes. Well, on the plus side, we're close-ish. On the downside, that's going to take me in the opposite direction than the way I wanted to go. But as we're over here, we might as well. Machu Picchu is one that Calvert and I climbed on stream because I remember the deed fell like literally the week after I think we streamed it, because we went past it on stream, we talked about it on stream. The deed dropped like, I don't know, within days. We felt quite bad having just telegraphed where it was. You've got a shortcut for it. Awesome. You got a yeah, I don't know what you're whinging about with your Supreme halter. I'd love a Supreme halter and you're like, what is this shit? You get like Supreme mooring ropes or whatever they were and you're like, what's this bullshit? Bun's just never pleased. There's just no pleasing you. Has anybody else found any good loot in their treasure maps since you've all been doing treasure maps this week? Has anybody got any sort of coin purses or fancy statues? Or I know that things like the sort of the necklaces and the fancy weapons are slightly more common. There's another one of the water skin, blessed water skin. Anybody get one of those? I still don't have one of those. Calvert's got one from a treasure chest, but I wasn't with him when he got it. I've still got that drinking horn skin that I'm hanging on to, waiting until I finally get a blessed water skin to put it on. You got one of those rubbish rare bone frags. Just chuck it away. Yeah, that's no good. Stick it in the pile of shame, Madoon. You don't want that. Galandri, you got some rare leather at 90 quality. Nice. Ruffle? Nope. Jake, just garbage and chips. That sounds quite tasty, though. Oh, if only. If only. Sun's going down. Gonna get a nice sunset soon. Just need to hope that I'm not in the woods when we do. Part of me wants a cookie. But might be a bit warm for cookies. I can see you. I'm still with you. I'm just being a slowpoke. Look at all of these hefty cave bugs. What have they been eating out here to get so big? They're like heckin' chunkers. Look at them. So big. You know what? Just. I think this must be one of the few corpses that I've never seen how they look. But just, you know, for science. Let's stop attacking that wolf from however far back. Just out of interest. And equip that. Okay, so belly out. Or at least belly out in that hand. Belly out in both hands, in fact. And of course now I'm trying to fight something. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Ugh. Outrage. They're not as good as spider corpses, are they? Do you carry everything belly out? You do sharks, I think. Although sharks might be one of the ones where you carry them differently in different hands. Some of them it's a little bit weird. Some of them you carry them like quite differently one hand to the other, and some it's almost like a mirror image, which these ones clearly are. But it does not really entertain me. Sheep! And I suppose I should put my maul back on before I get myself into trouble. And drop those corpses before I'm like, why am I so slow? Is that... That's super weird, with the flowers poking through the edge of the bridge. You don't normally see a bridge with quite that much of the tail end of the slope on flat ground. It would be a lot cooler if this were coming not onto road, but actually onto grass, because that would be a nice transition onto the grassed area. Sorry, Jake, I'm getting distracted. I'm on my way. I'm coming. Yeah, they didn't pave under it. And also, the slope, the tail end of the slope of that is flat to the land for like 2 or 3 tiles, so you get that kind of, that grading, graduating, I suppose, graduating kind of grass slowly disappearing as the bridge starts to lift. Like a wriggly shield, the cave bugs. Yeah. Alas, because the mobs that get spawned by treasure maps, because they disappear as soon as they drop, I don't get to run around with things like Deathcrawler minions. And we're getting raided by Zetran. Zetran's probably going to get hit with some ads. So I'm going to give it 30 seconds and then I'm going to say hi, just in case. House of the Rising Sun. Do you know what? I have no idea where I am. Oh, there's a pasta tower. Hi, Zetran. How you doing? Aha. You have an ad blocker. Very cunning. Hello, Zetran. Hello, anybody who's just joined with Zetran. What have you been doing? What have you been doing on your stream, Zetran? You been rifting? The way I say grass? What? You mean because I say it the southern way as opposed to the northern way? I say grass, not grass. Whoa, Jake, where are you taking me? Have you got a sneaky trans-mountain rideable route? Oh, I love those. Especially when you need someone who knows the route because it's just not marked in any way. There's a bit of, is it Pristine Ruffle, where you and I went looking for Sid's observatory? And it's sort of like once you know the route, once you know, but there's sort of like a route that you have to pick your way up the mountainside in order to actually get access to it. And it's sort of like half marked if you know what you're looking for. I quite like that though. Southern grass rhymes with arse and northern grass rhymes with ass. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, I don't think anybody knows all the regional accents in England, Parser. There are so many. And England is a small country and it's very densely packed. There are not many places in England where you can't drive for half an hour and hit a slightly different regional accent than the one of the area that you just left. And in fairness, if you were not familiar with them in general, you maybe wouldn't hear the difference so much, but it's particularly noticeable, for example, when you start heading around kind of like the Midlands or around the north. It's just sort of like the changes are much, much more apparent, whereas I suspect if you didn't spend a lot of time here, it might not be quite so apparent the difference between like an East Kent accent and a West Kent accent moving into a London accent versus like, you know, you might hear an Essex accent because sort of a typical Essex accent, partly because they're quite distinct from sort of London and Kentish accents, but also because of things like The Only Way is Essex. People are just more familiar with those. Nobody knew what a Brummie accent sounded like if they weren't a Brit until Peaky Blinders. And now most people can probably identify a Brummie accent, at least who've seen that show. But if you're in home counties, it's always a little bit more difficult to hear unless you've got a very finely tuned ear. Because sort of home counties and I guess most, like, mid-Kent accents, which I suppose is sort of what I've got, are kind of closer to what people think of as, I guess, sort of standard British. Oh, hello. Scouting party? I was like, what is that grand thing moving through the trees? It was just fucking huge. And of course it's a champion Rift Beast. We don't have to stay and take it, Jake. I was just excited that there was a great big doggo bounding up to me. You got a potion? Wait, what do you mean you got a potion? Yeah, mine's probably... Mine isn't... If you were local enough, you would call mine a Kentish accent, because even though mine's sort of, I guess, close-ish to RP neutral or like the Queen's English, but not the posh kind, sort of standard what people think of as like an English accent outside of London. If you lived in the area, you would certainly hear some Kentish twangs to some of my kind of vowel sounds and the ways that I end words. But I don't have what I would consider a characteristic Kentish accent, particularly an East Kent accent, which, again, if you've ever seen Peaky Blinders, Tom Hardy does a very good, very unflattering, very accurate sort of Thanet, which is Northeast Kent accent. Even Kent has regional accents, but not like everywhere else. But yes, I also struggle to hear what kind of an accent I have, but I'm reliably informed that while I have a bit of an accent, if you know what you're listening for, mine is probably one of the more neutral ones, certainly one of the less regional variations in England. And despite living kind of close geographically to London, nothing like London accents, which also have all of their own sort of like distinct flavours as you move around the different regions of London. It's going to be a while, isn't it? Jake can just take down the entire rest of the hunting, like the scouting party, while I just let this champion Rift Beast slowly butcher me. I'll do a useful thing. I'll focus. In fairness, Passer, even if you live here, we will often struggle to tell accents from one another, unless they're the accent variations from the geographical area that you grew up in or that you've spent a lot of time in. You know, like I can identify, you know, a Geordie accent versus a Birmingham accent versus a Liverpudlian accent, sort of like Mancunian accent, but I would be nowhere near as good on sort of like the regional variations. Like, I'm not sure I could reliably tell you a Lancashire accent, even though I know what it sounds like in my head. Ruffle will probably be much better than me on... Oh, shit. I think that was Eshri dying. Or not quite dying. No, Eshri's fine. It's just me that's not. Hang on. I'm just gonna go over here. Oh no, Eshri is dead. Eshri is dead. Which is weird because on my screen in the background, what I'm seeing of her is that she's still alive, but clearly she's not. Let me just get out of the way of that and pay attention for a moment. While all of these fellas follow me. I need to just get out of their range long enough to go and bandage up, since my my foe priest has just died a horrible death. Luckily, I've got a whole bunch of source crystals there, so she can summon her corpse back. If I can't get back to it to release it, it's just there, isn't it? Let me see if I can just get further up the path. Ooh, I'm stuck on something. Nope, still been attacked. Let's get some wool. Remains of a fog spider over there.
Yes.
Now would be a really unfortunate time for me to die, of course, because my my foe priest, who can summon me back, is not here. It would help if I stopped targeting that as well. Let's just move out of its way again.
Whoops. Nobody saw that, right?
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Sorry, Jake, it's not giving up the ghost. Every time I try and... Oh, he's got it. I think he's got it. He's taunted it away successfully. Thank you, Jake. Although that one's now coming for me. Whoops, let's just move away. Still trying not to die.
Stop it.
I got so distracted, it's entirely my own fault. We could have just rode right past them. This isn't the rift. At least I don't think this is the rift. I think this is just a scouting party for the rift. But the answer is probably, Tan, is that Exodus just has a lot of quite tricky to traverse terrain. However, I'm not currently getting far enough away from any of them to be able to bandage, so I'm just going to try going a bit further. See if they stop. Because clearly I'm not going far enough. You still following? Right. Now, I've got a troll on me, but I might be here long enough to just get something healed. Or not. I don't really want to risk a troll thwacking me on... What am I on? 23% health. I might be alright, but just in case. Let's just... Ooh, that's useful, though. Let me just... I can life transfer off that wolf. I just don't want the troll to bonk me until I've got a little bit more back. Come on, give me a bit more. Or, I mean, I could if I was targeting it. Right, let's just bandage those up. Thank you, Jake. Isn't it nice to have a competent fighter with you? Not the phobulence. I know. Yeah, Eshri died. That's alright. Eshri hasn't got anything. Well, she could lose channeling, and that might hurt. But on the plus side, I think Jake's taken care of a lot of them, so once I'm healed up enough, I mean, there are still rift mobs down there. I'm just going to tink up a little bit, and then I'm going to respawn Eshri back at Esert. And rather than summon her corpse, I'm going to release it so that Crim can just pick it up and lob it in the cart. Does anybody know what the typing shortcut is for release corpse? It's so rare that I actually have to do it. I like how she spawned back at Esert, still targeting a Rift Jackal. Where's our friendly GM in troll for? No more entertainment. There's a space. Okay. So, Eshri lost... Her archaeology dropped from 3.38. She did not lose channeling, and that's the only one I care about. Obviously, she lost fighting, but Eshri's not really a fighter. There we go. You're right. It did have a space in it. So, she's now released her corpse. Thank you, Jake. I'm just going to go back and try and spot it again and grab it. I think it was just down here a little way. And up here. Bit there, is that it? Yes. Okay. Now, next question. How did I get there? I think I actually came maybe over this way. Oh, piss off, Jackal. It's going to be a sort of snatch and run, grab and go kind of a thing. There we go. We got a corpse. What adventures? Right. Now that I've had sufficient distraction and nearly died, let me just find Jake and we can crack on. That's what I get for like targeting a champion Rift Beast and then just looking away from my screen and waffling for like 5 minutes. Right, there's Jake. Machu Picchu? Shall we? One estuary to go, yes. What a nana. She's almost full up on favour, but not quite, so I'm just going to leave her logged in at ECERT for a bit while she gets her favour back. The plus side of Caer Paravel being literally right outside of it is, even though neither Estuary nor Crim are citizens there, I could have spawned her back at Thorspring, but I've had her kind of parked at Caer Paravel, enchanting grass for me for the past week. So, but now I really need to not die because I can't summon myself back if I do. The irony being me talking about not dying. Not so much of a shortcut now. Sorry, Jake. Whoops. Seeing who? Seeing me in the first wave of Jackal? I don't know, but I missed Jackal the first time because they said it would come back around again, and I was sad to have missed it, so I will definitely go to Jackal. Until I know exactly when it drops. Hang on, let's have a look at the roads.
That, right?
Until I know exactly when it lands, if it's landing in a particularly busy time for me, I might not be a day one Jackal, but we'll see. So... Well, I love goblin sounds. So this is what was Machu Picchu, unless it's been refounded. Does not look like it, does it? If you saw Calvert, when Calvert and I streamed here, we climbed up here, and I seem to remember I had some near-death or possible actual death experiences zigzagging back and forth over here, naked, with a whole bunch of things following me after did I walk off the mountain or something? I don't know, some terrible fate befell me here. So I'm just going to orient myself. So I'm facing north. This is all of the paved area just here. Why is my keyboard no longer working? There we go. So this is the paved area, all just here. So it's asking me to dig in the grass just along here, but obviously this is fenced. Is this fenced off? No, it's open. There we go. So it's just asking me to dig somewhere here-ish. I could have dug down there, but I needed to come up here to sort of orient myself, really. And those slate slabs there, that's actually the paved bit that you're seeing there. It's not a road. It's a sort of a slabbed border. So anyway, dig. Activate my shovel. Let's try again, shall we? Dig for treasures. Oh no! So this deed dropped because the account was hacked, and they disbanded it for upkeep. That sucks. There's my treasure chest. And somewhere I got a snaky boy. Let's just deal with snaky boy first. So, hang on, what one was this? I don't remember. Thankfully, if you are trying to keep track of which maps you've just used, examining the treasure chest will tell you the quality and the rarity. If you're trying to keep track of that and you've lost your map, so I'll just have a look at that in a second. Right, dead snake. So this was a rare 59. What have we got? No rare, but we've got upkeep again. So let's take a snip. Nearly there, though. What have I got? 3 left? 3 left. So we've got more upkeep chips. I will count them all at the end because there were definitely no upkeep chips in my coin purse when I started. My coin purse might get full. I think it's not giving me too many 1 copper ones at least, because those do tend to fill it up fast. So I think we'll be all right, but... Gems. More chess pieces. I'm going to have that Electrum as well, because alloys and I'm lazy. We got gin this time. We've got 2 sleep powders and more paper, because I can never have enough paper. Use it for everything. That's going in the large crate. No chest left behind at this one. So thanks for the shortcut that turned out to be not a shortcut because I got distracted by Rift Beasts. You'll send me 2 more maps. No, Bun, if you were going to send me maps, you were supposed to send them at the start of the night, not the end. Whilst I could do more efficient, you know, zigzagging. So now I'm going to head over, actually kind of towards Grumpy Mountain, to the desert north of Black Pearl, and we're going to go and try and find that guard tower, which is not yet marked on the map. What was it called? Oda Honorata 858. Near Trainman's Weekend Home. Just as soon as I get off this mountain. So we're currently here-ish. What's the best thing to do, Jake? Is it going to be to go back down through the steppe and across? Or up and round? This bit, I have to say, this section of Exodus is just kind of a pain in the arse to traverse, because these are all like mountains here, and even though there's like some bridges across and things, it is quite slow going, just navigating around this bit of the map in particular. It's fine if you've only got to go to the steppe and pop back out, but... Oh no, I'm stuck on a fence! Try again. Crim's drunk driving. And she hasn't even had a drink. So let's make that smaller. We don't really need that. Look at all them crockies. Crocolottles. Someone left a range pole. I always want to pick up range poles when they're left behind, but of course they're usually planted, because if somebody's been doing cartography with it, they'll have planted it. This one, what one? Oh, I hang on, let me not take my eyes off Jake while I try and open that. Yes, that one. Oh, you got it. Oh, so it is on Worm Node, it's just not on Worm Maps. Nicely done, Bun, thanks. And it is exactly where Jake said it should be. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you. Yeah, in fairness, I was lazy and I didn't bother to go check Worm Node, because it's rare that something is on Worm Node and not on the other Worm Maps one. Good shout. Going this way. Woo! That was an exciting hiccup in my FPS. Wait, who butchers like a mad woman? Last summer something happened and a lot of accounts that were not in use got compromised. Huh. Was this... I remember something happening... was this the same time that something happened for Sugar Fox? Because I remember her having something with like a disused account. Somebody taking advantage of sort of like a, I don't know, an alt or something. So it was around that time. Shitty. Did they ever, do you know, did they ever manage to track down or get any of the stuff back for people who were active at the time that it was happening with their alts? Your wife butchers like a mad woman. Okay, okay. Your wife will cross half of Xanadu to kill a goblin. Now I'm caught up. I also like travelling Tantail. I have to say, when I'm doing, although doing treasure maps helps me get more familiar with a server, when I'm doing treasure maps, I'm not generally doing the kind of exploring that I really enjoy. Whereas when we're doing something like, Ruffle and I going on one of our sightseeing things, or Calvert and I going on one of our sightseeing things, that's when I actually really get a sense of places, because I get to sort of stop and explore and follow my ooh, shiny. Whereas when I'm treasure mapping, I'm trying very hard not to get distracted by things all over the way. So although I'm sort of learning the geography, it's not such an enjoyable form of discovery, because that's kind of not what you're out there to do so much. If I try and combine the two, I just end up doing next to no treasure maps. You think it was on there, Jake, but it got accidentally deleted. Well, at least now we know where it is. Can get put back on. So some got stuff back and some didn't. Really shitty. Was it just on Exodus that was happening, or was it across all the servers? I know that it happened to at least, I know at least sort of 2 or 3 people who got hit by it on Exodus. Got a floating pile of bear fillets there. Lovely. Well done, Worm. It's a whoop bridge, and I'm not doing my whoops. I like this bridge because it's like whoop, whoop, whoop. You look at it from the side on and it's like a sea beastie. Oh, I tell you what, this is starting to, my FPS is starting to drop. I might need to do a sneaky little relog. Like, I'm noticing it stopping and starting now. And somebody, like, generally speaking, I'm not somebody who's that bothered by FPS. I suppose I notice it more when I'm streaming, partly because I'm keeping an eye on the quality, but when we get to the next map, try and remind me if I've forgotten by then. Hopefully I'll be able to retain that in my silly brain long enough. My short-term memory is not great, you might have noticed. Hopefully that one I can hold on to long enough that when we get to the next one, I'll remember to do a quick relog there before I dig, because it only takes a second, but it will just clean up some of that memory leakage, which always sounds faintly rude. Just clean up a bit of that, that leakage over there. Which begs the question, how did they know that nobody had logged into those accounts for a year or more? Like, unless it was somebody with a bunch of people's... Because I assume that a lot of them were alts. I don't know if there are any mains in the mix, but generally speaking, people don't have other people's alts on their friends list, so it's not so easy to watch them in that way. In any case, I'm glad it stopped. God, it's getting really juddery, isn't it? Maybe I'll need to log sooner. We're just coming up on Strong Badia, right? This is Red's place? One of Red's places? At least I know where I am now, kind of. Yeah, it was pretty shitty time. Like a very shitty thing to do. But, I can see how that might have been pretty devastating for some people. And things like that, like the stuff that you might lose through something like that, is the kind of stuff that's enough to make somebody just quit for good. Yeah, let's do a relog here, because it is getting juddery. I will be right back. So you're just going to see, I'm not actually going to put you on a be right back screen. I'm just going to log Crim off and on again. So it won't take me a second. Here she comes. Apparently still with an anaconda trying to fight me. I have to say, the FPS isn't much better from that at the moment, but let's see. Hopefully it should be better on average. It is picking up now again, though. Look at that. It's shooting back up a bit. I do have my FPS capped at 60 on this, actually, so it never gets, like, super, super high. Only 2 more points to 50, Madoon. Very good. What are you making now, if not cheese toasties? Oh, I have mail. I need to remember to watch out for a mailbox, don't I? Sorry, I completely forgot about that. Keep my peepers peeled. All them dots. You're making fruit bread now. Nice. So is this a spreadsheet that you made yourself, like calculating difficulty? I don't even know. Is that kind of information that we can get from the Worm Unlimited code, like the difficulty of different things, or does it come from? I don't know anything really about how difficulty is calculated, except where it's been extracted from code. Like, is it something that you can calculate based on like the component parts? Oh no, wait, actually for cooking, you can tell the difficulty, can't you? Because you can do lore on it. I always forget that cooking has a handy shortcut. Yeah. So you made yourself a list by doing lore. Nice. Did I live through that? Did I live through what, Summer? The near-death experience on the mountaintop, do you mean? Because my priest died, but I survived just thanks to Jake. Sort of taunting things away from me while I kept running away. What? Oh, there we go. Down we go. Having said I'll keep my peepers peeled because I'm looking away often. I might ride right past a mailbox. But I will try and keep my peepers peeled. Yeah, so I survived. Eshri did not, but I've got her corpse in the cart. She's fine. She's my faux priest, so unless she loses channeling, I generally don't care. I got down to about 10%. I didn't actually look at my lowest, but there was a bit of a Benny Hill moment of me zipping back and forth. Oh look, apparently I've still got something plotted on the highway. Also, where have I lost Jake? There he is. So we're just coming up onto this little bit of desert here, basically. So that's what we're just starting to pass on that side. And our map point that we're heading for is just on this grassy bit to the north of it. So because I've relogged, obviously my maps have closed. Which one was it? It's the Rare 80. So let's open that one back up again. Orion Star Tower, or Oda Honorata, 850. That's what we're looking for. Which should be just on the end up here, I think. I love a good spreadsheet. I have so many worm spreadsheets, and some of them I made myself, but some of them were made by other people doing very diligent work. I think, you know, if for me, it's a good sign if a game is complex enough. There's the tower. If a game is complex enough that I want to make spreadsheets for it, or want to have spreadsheets for it, then it's a good game for me. So I'm going to get attacked on this one. Is this the last clue? Yes, I've completed 5. So this is going to be a treasure chest, but I am going to get attacked. Just going to drink some water. And we're going to go. Go. Out of interest, is my F2 working again? No, it isn't. I need to go look at my keybinds. My skill thingy isn't opening. And even with a relog, it's not opening. Wonder if I've accidentally rebound it or something. My voice is getting scratchy as well. I'm so sorry, guys. 1 second. I'm going to drink something, which might help a little bit. Right as everything spawns, because of course they do. Champion. Oh, we got a champion troll. Lovely. So what did we actually get? A bear, 2 bears, a hellhound. Okay, that's not too bad. We've got a greenish crocodile in there, and we've got a champion troll, and the champion troll will hurt, especially because I have no armor on my head. So I'm gonna... God, what have you? Pay close attention here, because I probably will have to pull away at some point. The trouble is, as soon as they bunk you on the noggin as well, you're basically no use to anybody like that. Let's just pull away a minute. Because once they do you a head injury, although actually that's not a very big head injury. The risk with trolls is when they bonk you on the head, that starts to affect your stats pretty fucking fast, and then you effectively become kind of useless in a fight. It's not just the fact that you're injured, but it's the fact that your stats effectively drop with a head injury, and therefore I'm just healing up a little bit on this lion, then I can take the hellhound. It's just the troll that I needed to not follow me. With an LT weapon, it is most always quicker to heal up on other creatures, on easier to hit creatures, than it is to stop and bandage. Yeah, if you're going to die with your fancy hat on. Exactly. Not a sentiment that Bun actually shares. He just likes singing the song. Jake's taken down the champion troll. Thanks, Jake. I know, such a lovely view of the troll. Now I'm in a lava fiend's armpit, apparently, which is kind of weird. I probably should have healed before I ran back in. And got some... Tell you what, let me just go back far enough to get some stamina back, maybe. Because I'm no use to anybody with, like, no stamina. Although Jake's pretty much finished them all now. Bears will go down fast. Whoop! Bollocks. However, I've just tipped my drink on my leg. So I'm going to step away for a second and fix that. Yay me! Now you're going to get a be right back screen. Back in a minute, guys. Go pee, grab a drink, whatever. I'll be right back with you soon.
Whoops. Nobody saw that, right? Meh. Brr. Meh. Brr.
I'm on mute. I was like, why can't I hear myself? What is going on? It was slightly on my keyboard. But it's, it's still working fine. It was also on my mouse. I now have the slightly unsettling sensation of having a damp leg and slightly damp knickers. Probably TMI. A slightly damp carpet, but I've just given that. I've just soaked that up and given that a wash. It's fine. It's all fine. It's it's gonna happen sooner or later. Wait, what are we yaying at? Oh, because your room has dropped below 30. Good. I thought Bum was yaying at my wet knickers somehow. I might, however, don't know, am I going to have to wash my mat? I don't know if any of you, have I shown you guys before? I think I must have posted a picture in the Coterie channel at some point, but I've got a custom desk mat for my streaming desk, which is actually from Worm, as in it's a worm image that I took and got made into a desk mat, which I kind of love. I don't think there's really any way that I can show you with my webcam, but I'll tell you what, I'll snap a picture since I'm cleaning it off anyway, of at least as much of it as I can show you without moving my laptop. But it's a nice little snap from just outside of Brambleheim, and it didn't cost me much at all, and I really like it. It's super nice. I'm kind of sad that there isn't proper Worm merch. I know that technically there is. I think there's on something like Redbubble might have a tiny Worm merch section, but generally speaking there isn't really official Worm merch. So thoroughly encourage you to make your own. I did idly go looking at one point and see if anybody had 3D modelled the Worm God statues, like the Colossus statues. So I was like, those would be quite cool to have. But they haven't, and I definitely am not up to the task. But anyway, so, it's drying off. I'm drying off. We're just a little bit damp over here, don't mind us. I did, however, come back with another drink, which is slightly harder to knock over, and put that one in the fridge because that was no longer cold anyway. Right. Let's put everything back where it belongs. Let's put two-thirds of a picture of my fancy mat, anyway. Of my gaming mat in the Coterie channel. Sorry the picture is sideways. If I had been paying more attention and I wasn't midstream, I might have done something about that first. And I see that Memes has posted the forum link to the slaying that that Summer mentioned is coming up as well. So if you missed that one earlier, there's a forum post that's been dropped into a forum post link that's been dropped into the Coterie channel. Let's just move you back forward again. Right. I'm damp, but I'm here. What was I doing? Digging for treasure. I was going to dig for treasure after Jake went and killed all of the things that attacked me while I tried not to die. So this is going to be a treasure chest. And this is the quality 81. So then we will have just two left. Matte candy. Yup. Love it. They could. I mean, I think they're missing a trick not having like proper juicy worm real life merch. We got another rare strange bone fragment. We got more upkeep chips. And I suspect Jake's shot club. Yes. I'm just going to pull that one out for a second so I can snap a picture. So this was a rare 80. Pop that one in the loot channel. That one goes there. So I mean, that's pretty good. I'll take that. Some sleep powders, which can't go straight into a container. Let's close that one up again. We got a chess king in there as well. I haven't been paying very close attention. Have we had another king or queen in any of these yet? I'm not sure whether or not we have. Oh, of course, because I've relogged, I need to reopen things like my cart. So let's open those back out. So chess pieces go there, papyrus goes there. Upkeep chips, chips. Go there. We got more source crystals for Esh. I'm leaving the leather again. I'm leaving the compass. Do you want a quality 80 compass for waystones? Jake, let's take the rubies for the priests. I'm not bothered about the halberd. Missed an upkeep chip. I think the rest can stay. 20 quality 80 ropes is probably worth taking, to be honest. Let's just pop those in there. And some moonshine. I literally, like, all that I do with the booze that I find in treasure chests is occasionally when Calvin and I want to go climbing up a mountain, I'm like, what random booze have we got lying around that we can go climbing with? And that's what it gets used on. That's pretty much it. Who's got a supreme glimmer saber? What? Who's what? What? Talking about my knickers. I know, Massa. I know. My mat. What supreme glimmer saber? Oh, you're calling out what I should get. I see. The booze you get from treasure chests is impossible. Oh, what you mean as in because you get affinities on things that aren't unfermented moonshine that you wouldn't be able to get if you created it. But I imagine that the affinity that you get from them is not terribly long. We could just do a quick taste test, couldn't we? Hang on. Let me just do this and then we'll crack on with the last one. So if I set that to 20, so on quality sort of 97 to 99 affinity unfermented moonshine, 20 grams gets me about 4.5 hours, 5 hours of affinity on something. Obviously, these are varying qualities, which doesn't help. So there's that to take into account as well. No, that is actually one of my affinity moonshines. So, but we've got gin, we've got vodka. Let's try on an actual moonshine, not an unfermented moonshine. See what 20 grams gets me. For science. 11 minutes of dairy food making. It's not great, is it? What about we've tried moonshine, let's try one of the vodkas. They're just, it's the trouble is its complexity. When it comes to making affinity foods, it's the complexity that gives you the timers. And these are, of course, not complex, and it's why almost all alcohols don't do good affinities, but unfermented moonshine can, because you can put a lot of different things in moonshine to increase the complexity of it. What did we even get on that one? 8 minutes of exorcism. Oh, no, wait, no. 7 minutes of meditating. There we go. I already had the exorcism, presumably from my BLT. So we got 7 minutes of meditating on that one, and then on the gin, 6 minutes of nature. Does cider even give you anything? I know cider's not so good for climbing with. Cider gives me 13 minutes of carving knife, so actually the cider is more complex, quality for quality, than the spirits, which is interesting. I didn't know that. I don't need to taste test them all, though. Those are all going to burn out shortly. So, what have we got left? We've got 1 rare map, 1 supreme map left. Unfortunately, this is one that might be treasure on the next one, or it might be another clue. Same as this one. So we could have these finished in the next 2 digs, or it might be that they make me go running around a bit more to work for it. Wait, what's Jake sending me? What's Jake sending me? What's the map pin? Oh, no, okay, it's in Freedom. It's in Freedom. He's sending it to somebody else. I'm like, what? How did I even get across to Freedom? Was that a panic click when I knocked my drink? Might be. So of the 2 that I've got left, I've got baking increased to 50. Congratulations, Madoon. Nice, nice, nice. Look in Freedom chat. He got the goat tower. I'm in my punchy hour. What do you mean, my punchy hour? If only other skills were as easy to grind. Oh, I see. You got the goat tower. Now I've got it. So, let's get rid of those. So all I've got left, I've got the Supreme 43. Okay, given where we are, what's going to be the easiest way to go? So we're currently up here, so I think actually probably the next best one to go to is going to be Thor Spring. Or I could go round and up. So I've got one on the mountain, part way up the mountain, just north of Thor Spring, and I've got another one just out on this spit of land here. So I'm tempted to just head back up and do the one north of Thul. I could pick Eshri up on the way through, and then cross through Issa, pick her up, and then go to the one over here. Maybe that's the way to go. So in that case, what I want is the front of my dress is wet as well. I'm gonna have to go and have a shower after this. At least it wasn't, at least it wasn't a sugary drink. What did I say? So Supreme one. So the Supreme one, which as you can see, you can see the depth of that water. The depth of that water there. That is just north of Thul Spring. So that one at least, I know where I'm going. Rare though that is. I also, since I relogged, haven't put my screen back where I like to have it. So let's do that. Okay. North. Which way's north? That way. So I probably want to be going up this way, don't we? Gonna wing it badly back to Thul Spring. The thing is, I know the route. I know the route that I always used to take back to Thul Spring from here. But there's been quite a lot of terraforming that's happened in this space here, around kind of like the Kingdom of Rats area, which makes a whole bunch of it impossible on cot or on horseback. At least with a horse, though, you can get off and lead. But I was ranging around here on a cart earlier, and the routes that I used to take, kind of cross-country back up to Thulspring, I now can't. And while I probably could navigate around them, it seems that like the slightly easier route to take through that sometimes has shifted a little bit. Likewise, in the middle of the map down here, I think there's been some work down here, because I know I used to range up and down this stretch of map, and that is less easy than it used to be. Now the easier way, if I'm trying to get back down to the steppe, is actually to come down via Black Pearl, I think, and across, rather than trying to just kind of range cross country. But here, we should be able to just navigate up and around all of the Palisades and through Kingdom of Rats, because I think it is still open at the moment. It looks like at some point it might get blocked off, so you can't just cut through the middle of it. But we'll see. Brambleheim merch, Massa. Sorry, that's me looking at the Coterie channel. Also, I'm getting exciting news through. Hang on. My mother and one of my partners are at an awards night tonight for theatre, for a play that she directed, along with a lot of their cast. They were nominated for a number of awards, and they're off at the awards night. And just pinging me through details. They've won at least one. Parsley wasn't sugary sweet before I did it. I'm not sure how to take that parsley. I don't think that's. If that was no, that doesn't work well. That's not good. That's not good. I don't like. I don't like the potential allusions. From trying to work out the logic of that one. At least I didn't get any on my cats. No, that would be quite difficult. My cats are more likely to knock one over, but they won't be in range of it when it actually goes. Besides, if I ever dropped anything on Mina, you'd know it, because she would cut me up. Not on purpose, just in panic. Like, maybe once every couple of days, she has a panic when she's mid-cradle and just launches off. In fact, she got me on the arm earlier today. Don't know if you can. I've got like a couple of little cuts here where she launched off my arm earlier. So there's always some odd bits and pieces, scars and stuff. So we're just coming back up towards Thulspring. This is the old Sandhill site. Over here, Thulspring is just up there. And obviously just beyond that, you've got Cair Paravel, where we were last week. But it does mean that I got my loading screens the wrong way round, clearly, because last week my loading screen was of the gates outside Thulspring. And I pointed out and said, that's a good place to go and look for inspiration if you want to go and see a nicely built deed, but we are actually now going to ride past it. And I haven't done any streams kind of in and around Thulspring in a while, so if you've never been here, it is now on the highway after, I don't know, 10 or 11 or 12 years or however long it's been up since Calvert first built it. I added it to the highway last year, so it is actually now navigable on the highway, but also it's really not very far from Eset at all. You can run there on foot. So that's sort of like the main gate into Thulspring. There, you can actually get into it from other sides as well, but that's sort of like the big entrance. And you've got the Bloodsands Arena, which is also Calvert's, just to the north of it, just there. And actually, where we're going is going to be just over this side. I was on autopilot there, back towards Cair Paravel, but that's not where I'm going. So let me just go and see where I put my map pin. So what did I say we were on now? If I open those back up. We're on the Supreme 43, somewhere over there, I think, still upright. Yeah, there we go. There's the trebuchet that Jake built me when I was threatening to try do a stream to sort of test out whether or not I could lob stuff over the walls of the arena. So Jake built me this Bloodsands Destroyer 2000, which remains just there off deed, pointed at the arena threateningly. We've got a relatively new deed that's just dropped here. I mean, this site has been deeded on and off over the years by various people, but somebody else has deeded it again. So just north just north of Thal Spring, which is just down there, you can just see the tail end of the Thal Spring written across the side of the slope there. So somebody new has deeded here. So there is some work going on here, but we can still access. We can still access the bridge and things. So what I was going to do was, in fact, let's do it in game where you guys can see as well. So I said it's the Supreme 43. Sorry, my voice is going again. Now let me just pull up my map pin and then I will show you where it is, where my map pin is on the map, having already pinned it. So if we open up this one, if I interact with that, I'll zoom in and I'll show you. So this is Thal Spring here. This is the desert that I'm stood in just here, and that's Bloodsands Arena. And this one that we're going to, as you can see, is up in the steppe, and you can see that quite distinctive shaped bit of sand just there. So it's sort of about there-ish, give or take a couple of tiles. So that's what we're aiming for. Ironically, possibly the better route to get up to it would have been to go up to where my now fallen deed was. But we might be able to just wing our way up here. So this is where the steppe begins. But as you can see, it's quite long and thin, so we've got to go a bit of a way up. We're looking for that kind of block of sand to navigate by. Back out of steppe, so let's go back over to where the steppe is again. This is a really messy side of the mountain, but I'm seeing patches of sand up there. So it looks like we're broadly in the right direction. Now, can I get up onto this hump? I think I can. Maybe I can't. Maybe I can get round. I can get round. Yes. Yes, yes. Right, there's our big patch of sand. And there are two patches of sand up here, so we just need to make sure that this isn't the long, thin one, and that it is instead the short, fat one, which it is. There you go. So it's that kind of squarish shaped bit of sand, which means we want to be digging, frustratingly, just up there. Don't know that I can get my cart up there from here. Is this one I'm going to get attacked at? No. Well, if I can't take the cart up, I could just hop off and climb up there. What's that slope? Okay, Jake's got a way up there. We might be able to get all the way up if we go round. I had all of this loaded into Deed Planner and sort of contemplating trying to terraform it and was like, I'm not sure. So I'm just going to go back over to get a view on that sand so that I can line myself up with it. So, right, that's the bit of sand down there, and that, importantly, that bit there is kind of like that corner of the sand. So we just want to be like halfway up at here and then a little way over here. So kind of more or less where Jake is. Let's try digging, say, here. It is weird seeing through your own skull when you do a digging motion in first person. Maybe it would be better if I zoomed out. We got a treasure chest. That one did not make me work extra hard for it. I'll zoom back in now. Woo! She says. So this was the, what did we say, Supreme 43? Did we get anything fun? We got a rare sapphire. See, now Bun would be dead disappointed with that, whereas me, I like rare gems. So let's pop that one in the loot channel. I like them because they're just extra shiny. And sure, it could have been a rare tool or a rare weapon. Well, it could have been a rare weapon There aren't really tools in them, are there? But I've got a rare weapon. I don't need any more. So instead, it's going to go in my half of shiny rare gems back at Brambleheim. Like, it's where I collect them all. I've just got this gemmy glowy half. So that one can go in there. Oh, shit! And I didn't notice we actually got a statue in this one. I was so busy being excited by my rare sapphire. We also have a statue of a whale and dolphin, which is nice. If anybody's never seen one of these, this is what it looks like. There you go. It's quite cute. So we got one of those. Now, I think that's my second statue ever in one of my treasure maps. We've got some extra sapphires. We've got the obligatory extra chest pieces, 2 sleep powders, and we've got an ointment of stone cutting. This was actually quite a generous chest. Well, you know, they probably Tetrised it, Madoon. But yeah, that was actually quite a generous chest. Like, it gave me a rare roll on something, and it gave me a statue, and it's given me an ointment of stone cutting. Only quality 57, but, you know, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. So, sleep powder goes in the treasure. I suppose the stone cutting ointment goes in there as well, because that decays. We don't want to just leave that in the cart. It's not great quality electrum, but because it's an alloy, I'll take it anyway. And those can stay. So I have just one treasure map left, and it might take 2 clues, or it might take just the one. It is a good chest, isn't it, Bun? Maybe I should have finished on that one. Too late now, though. So this last one is one that is unfortunately not terribly central. It's going to take me back out. I need to get over to here-ish, I think about here. So I'll show you on a map where we're going. Like this. So here's one of those places where this map, I think, is quite old, as in the last time we did this clue was quite old and the terraforming has changed. So either the terraforming has changed or the terraforming has changed since the last map dump, but I think actually it's this map that's old, not the map dump that's old, because there used to be a road along the top here. Sorry, let me show you in game where you can see. So there's what used to be a road along the top here, but as you can see on the current map dump, there is no such road there. And also, this diagonal road here used to carry straight on, I guess, or rather, no, it used to go around a bend, and now it carries straight on. Now it carries on down there, which might throw off your spacing a little bit. Except that there is something else that I can probably triangulate by, because we've got tiny little patch of sand, maybe, just there. So in any case, I think I'm looking at down about there-ish in the steppe. About there, I think. Anyway, we'll find out, won't we? Lupine Asylum. Okay. So somewhere near the abandoned settlement of the Grove. First, though, we've got to get back down off this slightly tricksy mountainside. We came across from here, right? Disbanded in 2014. Now, yes, we came via the Thorns. Maybe last one. Maybe last one. Certainly last map. Maybe last clue. Let's close that one up again, although I could do with eating, couldn't I? So let's eat something. Go back and find that bridge back across. Let's have my BLT. Just ride through trees. Thunk, thunk, thunk. And I still haven't stopped by a mailbox. Ah. Right. I'm going to go via a mailbox because I'm actually going to go through eCert. We probably don't need to go through eCert for this, but I will pick up Eschery on the way since she is still logged in there where I left her getting favour back. So we're not going to cut through Thal Spring, sadly, unless anybody desperately wants to see my hot tub. My lovely bath. Oh, shit, you're watching the worm map. Thank you, Bun. Thank you, Bun. All you missed was me coming back down off the mountainside, so I'm just back north of Thal Spring here and north of the arena. Thanks, Bun. But I'm going to whip through eCert. We're going to go back past Cair Paravel. And if anybody wanted to come and, I don't know, nosy at the arena or at Thal Spring, you'll see just how close it is. Let's put that statue there with the corpse. I suppose the downside of picking Eschery up is then I have to put all her stuff back on her, so perhaps rather than picking her up, what I might do is I might just hand her her corpse and leave her at eCert, because I don't really need her with me for the last one. So that's the arena just there, and as soon as you get to the water here, you can see eCert and Cair Paravel. That is how close it is, which is why it's a nice easy ride. So technically Thal Spring is actually my home deed on Exodus. That's why Crim is not mayor of Cair Paravel. Jake or somebody else on Exodus want the 2 tier 2 maps for Exodus? I mean, I'll have them, Bun. I'm just not going to get a chance to do them on stream because they're probably going to take too long. So there's Cair Paravel. I have not done anything further on the build that we started last week on stream because I discovered the next day that they have currently broken tall stone walls in builds. They are short. In fact, I'll go and very briefly show you the problem. And we found a whole thread on the forum about it, and I did a little post, and Pom responded pretty quickly and was like, I'll pass it on to the team. But that doesn't necessarily mean that anything's going to happen with it anytime soon. And if you saw the stream last week, you'll probably remember from the deed plans, tall stone walls and the ways that they overlap with other building wall types and fences were pretty integral to the design. Unfortunately, whatever they've done that's broken the tall stone walls has also broken them on existing buildings. So I went and had a look at a couple of buildings that I know already used them in the design just to double check. And they do now indeed all have holes in the walls, which makes me very sad. Let me just get my stamina back. So this is the problem here. Tall stone walls have been used for quite a long time to great effect in buildings because they were tall. Now, in buildings only, I don't think it's affected them out in the world, but when used in buildings, they've been shortened. So you've got these holes. This bit of a tall stone wall should be roughly level with the beam up here in the ceiling. So you could get those really nice kind of, the top of it, the crenellation on the top of a tall stone wall would then overlap the wall directly above it. Whatever they've done, it hasn't just sunk them down, it has actually made them shorter. They were like sort of, I don't know, 1 1/4 walls tall previously, and now anywhere that they're used in buildings, they are short and they are broken. And do not interact nicely with ceilings, with roofs, with the walls above. I could have shown you, had I thought of it in time, on a finished building where these have been used as part of the design and now the building just has holes in it. I'd assume that this got broken when they were trying to they did some fixes, either start of this year or tail end of last year, where they were trying to make it so that fences played more nicely with ceilings, I think, and where walls, do you remember like where the bottoms of certain walls would stick through ceilings and others wouldn't, depending on the wall type? And I assume that it was in trying to fix that somehow this broke. But like I say, this isn't just a fence like getting moved down. This is actually a fence shrunk, and it kind of ruins it as a building thing. So I don't want to continue doing this because it's all about the crenellation and the parapets and the overlapping sections of wall until I know either that they're going to fix it or until it's fixed. Because if they're not going to commit to fixing it, if there isn't going to be a fix coming soon, I need to redesign that building, basically, which makes me very sad. So anyway, So that's the problem with tall stone walls. That's why we are not straight back doing more building on Caer Paravel. Watch this space. We shall see. Kinds of things. Well, maybe it's about the spaghetti code. I suspect it's probably more likely, rather than somebody doing that to tall walls specifically, I suspect it's partly to do with a fix that they deployed maybe to all fences or to the code on fences to make them play more nicely. And it's just that nobody considered that there is one fence that is more than a full story high. So it affected that weirdly, and it just didn't get noticed in testing before it was implemented. Right, here's Ashri. Let's just grab her corpse. She can grab it straight out of the cart, in fact. Or can she? Oh, of course her inventory contains too many items. You know why? Because she's my skin carrier. I'm just going to hold on to this a while longer, and I'm going to fix that off stream later. She has more than 100 skins in satchels in her inventory normally, which means, as some of you might remember from that time I died on a treasure hunting stream with Bun, the last time I died with skins in my inventory before I was like, maybe I should hand some of these off, because they're death kept, but the containers that they're in aren't. If you die with over 100 skins in your inventory, what happens is your inventory then has so many items in you can't even pick up your own corpse in order to get your stuff back. So you have to have another toon there to hand your skins off to before you can even pick up your own corpse. And of course, if you're out in the wild somewhere and that happens, that can really fuck with you, especially if you're by yourself. So anyway, Eshri's dropped off. I will sort out her inventory later. Somebody wanted the meatball under the post. Jake says he's got some deli maps back at his deed. Oh, there you go. So Jake's got some deli maps that he can trade with you for Exodus maps. So there you go, bum. Right. So the last place I needed to go, we've got open. I already had it open. I need to get to about here-ish. So let me just pull that one back out again. So what's going to be the easiest way to get over there? Bear with me, I'm just looking at a off thingy map. So I want to go to Heartland, I think, maybe. Because I think I can cut through Heartland. Which is not too far from here. Jake, you staying with me for this last one, or are you heading back to one of yours? Let's close that. Ruffle, have you done your difficult maps for your journal goal now? Did Bun sort you out, or is that still to do? Okay, Jake's going to stay with me for the last one. Thanks, Jake. You have done them. Awesome. Do you know what? I must have done that one, right? Surely we've done enough difficult maps just on stream, let alone me doing stuff off stream that I've got that. So what are we looking at? We're looking at destinations unknown. When did I do? When? 10 chests. Does it tell you when you completed it? No, it doesn't. At some point I did that. Ooh, what's this? What this? This is not a tunnel I use. Is this one of your more recent canals, or is this just one that I've just never explored? Ruffle doing her flex. So Ruffle, you haven't got your cape yet, right? This is 2 years old. I've just never been through it. I don't think. Somebody's now going to go and point out, I don't know, a Calvert stream or something where we went through this, but I don't remember going through this because this is quite a distinctive look. So Ruffle, how far? You've still got what, a couple to go, 1 or 2 to go before you get your cape. You've got to be getting close. I know that there were some tricksy ones that take a bit of time, weren't they? In fairness, Like there's a skill to 99 or a killing a certain number of creatures or something. I mean, she is close in relative terms, Bun. The amount of shit that you have to do to get most of the things on that, like getting a skill to 99 is one of the ones that she could choose not to do that, but also archaeology or a weapon skill. Since I'm sticky anyway, I might reward myself with a bicket. I try not to munch into my mic though. Tell me off if you get munching sounds. They're the good ones as well. Good cookies. Foxy's biscuits. Yeah, weapon skill is quite slow. I mean, I'm not averse to. I don't personally get the tingles from ASMR stuff. I do get the tingles from certain people's voices though. I'm not averse to ASMR, but I don't think munching on chocolate chip cookie. Do you know what? Maybe it is a little bit warm in here. Look at that. I'm not sure that cookie munching is what anybody would classify as ASMR worthy. I shall mute. This canal is kind of, with the pointy ceiling, it feels quite sort of cathedral-like, which I think is partly what I like about it. It's quite a distinctive ceiling. What's your highest weapon skill, Bun? And what is it in, out of interest? Just watch Jake's tune just drop down the thing. Okay, so I do know. I feel like I must have crossed through this with Calvert at least, because I know this end of it. I just don't think I've ever gone in from the ESERT end, but maybe I've popped out of the ESERT end. Now you want cookies. They're good cookies as well. They're chocolate on one side and they're proper like chocolate chip cookie dough on the other, and they're the right kind of crumbly. They're great for dipping in tea. Not in this weather, obviously, but they're good. They're good. Best cookies that are not, individual handmade fancy cookies. You definitely wouldn't be getting Cookie Monster noises from me. You're not missing anything, I promise. Just a happy little crunch sound. Although, you know what? I wouldn't consider it ASMR. But I quite like the sound of the cats chomping on their crunchies. Like, they do a happy little munch and a crunch. And that's quite sweet. I quite like that. Like, I find it a pleasing sound. It wouldn't, like, not ASMR, not like, it doesn't make me quiver. It just pleases me. Is this our diagonal road? Okay, so. Hang on, which way am I facing? I'm facing south. So that's the gotcha. Okay, so if that's the diagonal road, yeah, Jake's heading to kind of where it should be, somewhere down here-ish. Maybe. This is what? Quality 23. We've got quite a big wide berth. I think we just give it a go. We'll see. Am I in range? We'll find out. Too many things to do at once. 15 tiles is so generous. It was not the loot though, so there is one more clue.
Da 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 da. Victory.
Okay, right. Cookie demolished. I've just got chocolate all over my fingers, so bear with me a second. Okay, M14. So that's like bang in the centre. Helpfully, really close by Thal Spring. It's kind of just back the way we came, isn't it? Yeah. In fact, it's sort of where Rufflesdeed is. That's got to be near Petrichor. So we can just retrace our footsteps. And I think this now should be the final clue. It was going to be this one or the next. This one we've just done or the next one. Yeah. We've done 2 of a possible 3 steps. So that's nice. It's going to deliver me back home for the final one. Awesome. Right, Jake, can you lead me back home, please? Please and thank you. I promise not to eat any more cookies on stream. You're making your own crunching sounds. Filling in for the ASMR that you're missing. Maybe Ruffle, of course Ruffle is the treasure all along. It's the ruffles that you find along the way. I'm also one of those people that sort of like, even though I eat quite carefully, I just sort of like, I'm always like, I got food on my face. Feels like there's food on my face and there never is. I think it's just a sensory thing, you know. Like, I have been putting food in my face, and therefore my face feels different momentarily. Biscuits are the top priority, yes. So let me just go and catch up, because Bun answered a question I didn't see. So staff, your staff is 98.98. You use your staff doing maps. So fast killing, staff with LT, human skull shoulder pads for max oomph. Nice. Pro tips. You know what? I wouldn't have thought. I mean, I have a staff. Staff is the next one to train up, basically. Once I've done sword and board, I've got a nicely enchanted rare staff with a fancy dragon skin on it. So that's on my list to train up. But I wouldn't expect the staff to be fast at killing anything at all. And I think it's probably because, like, staffs and staves in most games are sort of like they're not slow to use, but most like two-handers are generally slower to use anyway, and there's no because they're essentially like bludgeoning rather than sort of slicing or stabbing or piercing things. I expect them to be slow. Evidently they're not in Worm. Pumpkin bun. Yeah, I know staff's the meta. I know. For ages, it was sickles. Is nobody using sickles anymore? Did staff overtake sickle? I don't know why sickle was the meta, because obviously I'm not a PvPer and I don't care enough about sort of fighting mechanics and things to have really looked into that properly. But I am sort of vaguely conscious. So sickles and shield get used a lot. Wait, I don't want to go down there, do I? Or do I? Where's he gone? Up there? There we go. Oh, you're taking me up and over to Petrichor. Okay, I know where I am. I've seen people using, like, sickles in both hands as well, though. And, like, I don't really know, with a weapon in each hand, like, is that... How does that even work in Worm? It would help if I knew anything at all about how combat actually works in Worm. Which, of course, I don't, because Worm doesn't tell you how anything works So you need to care enough to work that out, or have somebody teach you, I guess, or go code diving. But yeah, two-handers certainly are. If you're a PvEer, two-handers are the way to go for big things. So going in for sort of like uniques and stuff, you really want to be using a two-hander. You'll have a much better chance of hitting and actually doing some decent damage with a two-hander than sword and board. So the offhand swings every 30 seconds or so. Okay. Fighting works by you hitting things till they die or you die. Yes, yes, yes. Exactly. We're all learning things today. It's how we like it. So having said, oh, that's right, by Petrichor, I didn't actually look at it properly because I was too busy licking chocolate off my fingers, or locking chiclet off my fingers, if you're Crim's tired brain. So, oh, it's Remembrance of Song. Okay. So it is one of the many, many shrines in this big line of shrines, and there's Remembrance of Song just there. So last one is going to be treasure, and look at the sky. Oh my god, look at the sky. Okay, before I dig up the treasure, because I'm going to miss it otherwise, I'll dig it all up and then the purpling will be done. Look at the sky. In fact, oh, none of my, do you know what? I know what's gone wrong. I think my function key isn't working. It's not that the F2's gone. It's that my function keys are switched off. Because it also won't let me... I can't remember the command to unlock them. Never mind. Because it also won't let me turn my my UI off at the moment. Look at it though. Look at the views. Exodus has got some great views. One of the things I like about, if you go right up on the roof at Cair Paravel, you can see like 4, 5 oceans or something. But there's a lot of places like this. There's a lot of sort of very picturesque spots to drop a deed on Exodus, where you just get gorgeous panoramic views all around. I mean, you can see so much of the server from here, and we're not that high up. I mean, we're high, but you know, there's way higher. Yeah, lots of good vistas. Yeah. Hello, Chessy Games. How you doing? You used to play Worm, but you don't anymore. I do have to reaffirm that they're my fingers. Yes, absolutely. Got to make sure that they're mine and not anybody else's. Now, if it weren't for the laser beam in the sky, it'd be almost perfect. So good. I love the colour shifts. Sunrise and sunset. Even without fancy global spellcasts in play. It's got the brown haze of Jackal. Do you know what? Actually, that's something that I'm excited to see about Jackal. It's not just like I've seen the mobs that were spawned on Jackal, obviously, because we get them spawned in like arenas and things. But I'm excited to see the terrain, and I'm excited to see sort of like, you know, how the world of Jackal differs. It's not so much what happens on Jackal that interests me. It's actually just exploring a kind of alien landscape. So that's Remembrance of Song. That is our last treasure map. And it is going to be a treasure chest. Treasure of the... Nope, that's not how we open it. Let's try again. Dig for treasure. I know what I'm doing. I've only been doing this all day. Those shrines took a while to map. Yeah, I bet they did. Really hard work going and finding all of those, right? There's our treasure chest. So... last one, unfortunately a low quality one, so yeah, that's probably about the crappiest one we've had thus far. But you know what? That's okay. I've been quite lucky actually with some of the drops, considering I should have paid closer attention. I'm sure I said at the start of the stream how many maps we had. I don't actually remember how many maps we had, but it would be easy to go back and look. But we've had like what, two rare strange bone fragments. And we got another rare roll and a sapphire, which is fine by me. And we got a statue. That was a pretty good haul for... it's like 12 maps? 11 maps, something around that right. It might only have been 10. But I'll also have a look at what we've got overall now that we've finished up the last of my maps on Exodus, just in time for them to nerf map sleep powder. So the mead can go in there. I don't want the gold. We might as well take those because we've taken all of the others. Though it would help if I had my pet bowls open. Sapphire can go there. So thank you, Jake, very much for the escort. Has he left local now? I think he has. But if you're still on stream, thanks, Jake, for the escort around. I appreciate it. I'm just going to go and nosy in somebody else's treasure chest since it's here. They left their booze behind. Or they didn't, actually. They left the glasses. What? Why would you leave the glasses but not the booze? The glass jugs are the good bit. For those of us that hoard glass jugs, which is, I think, at least Bun and Ruffle and I. Like, I don't care about the booze. I just want the jugs. God damn it. See if anybody else has left half-filled chests. I don't think they have. Right. Okay. I'm going to go. In fact, I tell you what. I'm going to go and do my summary. Since I had it on my loading screen, I'm going to go and get in my, if I do say so myself, beautiful hot tub that I created. Although I need to add some of the decoration back around the side because a couple of the things like the funnels have decayed. But it's not far from here, so I'm just going to whip back to Thulspring. I'm going to get in the bath and then I'm going to look at my stuff and do a little bit of a recce of what's left. So we've got the statue. I can leave the Electrum lumps there for now, but we've got our paper and papyrus sheets and ropes in there. We've got some Electrum, a variety of boozes, plus my affinity boozes that I've just been lugging around. But if we pull those ones out, we can go and have a look at those in the bath, and that's going to be a nice place to wrap up the stream. You want to paint them, but why would you want to paint them though? Because we can already paint the pottery ones, which look exactly the same. The only thing that's special about the glass ones is they're a colour that you can't otherwise get. Thanks, Jake, for filling in for Bun. Hang on, Bun. When we went round Exodus together, it was not you leading me around. When we go round Release, it's me leading you around. But you're quite right that Jake was filling in for you, keeping my arse alive when I get distracted and something starts thwacking me. And the irony, of course, is the thing that I almost died to wasn't even a treasure map spawn. It was just that random champion rift beast from a rift scouting party, like halfway up the mountainside. This is all that's left of nefarious games that I started building here. The treehouse is entirely vanished, and my lovely gateway, beautifully nested into this pylon, has now finally decayed. There's like maybe a wall or two left. So that is not long for this world. But it is what it is. So we're going to go and deliver this cot back home, where it lives, at the manor in Thulspring. Despite the number of jugs we have, we still keep picking them up. Bun's probably got quite a lot more than me, just because of the sheer quantity of treasure maps Bun does. And I haven't got hundreds. I've certainly got dozens and dozens of them, though. And we kind of got a kickstart, because if anybody was around for that Christmas where we got stockings, I think that was the year that they introduced the glass jugs, and I had a lot of characters premiumed that Christmas, so I had a lot of stockings, and therefore I was getting shitloads of 99 quality glass jugs out of those. And then we also started getting them through treasure maps as well. So this is Thulspring that I'm just riding through. This is Joshua Calvert's deed. His home deed on Exodus for anybody who watches his streams. It is also my home on Exodus. And this is Thulspring Manor, which we built on stream over a couple of streams. Let's just let that crocodile go. And we still haven't quite finished, but we've done a lot of it. Like, we haven't done anything with the nook down here, but I decorated the kitchen We skinned and resized a bunch of things to make these all line up perfectly, these kitchen cabinets. So these are all size runed to make things fit just so. And obviously we've got some skinned things here as well. I don't think he's repaired our beach hut yet, so I need to remember to go and do that if he hasn't. We've got a little beach hut down there. The book nook, the pet pheasant that frightens him every time he walks into the house and forgets that we have one. So I mean, it's mostly there, but there are still some finishing touches. We haven't done anything with this nook here. I've got my lovely blueberry wood bedroom over here. And have I been to... I haven't been to the mailbox yet. Right, I'm going to go to the mailbox. Super quick. Then I'm going to get in the bath. Because nobody wants to get out all pruny and go to the mailbox. So let's have my horse. Thankfully, the mailbox here is... wait, hang on. I put a mailbox in this house, didn't I? For years, Calvert's had just one mailbox on Thorspring, and then I moved in and I was like, no, mailbox in the house. Yeah, there's my cheese toasty. Thank you, Madoon. Are you also going to send me some fruitcake? No, you're on fruitcake. Cheese toast. Num, 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 num. It gave me an insight about miscellaneous items. If only I were a compass maker. Yeah, so I've got my fancy blueberry wood bedroom suite, but my pride and joy, albeit not quite as carefully decorated as it was because a few things have decayed, is my very, very fancy bath, which is what was on my loading screen at the start. It's got flowing water and everything, and you can in fact sit in it as well with you know pet bath sharky. So now you've seen it. I'm going to top this one day. I just need to do another 40 labyrinth runs with my bubbling hot tub. But for now, this is about as good as it gets. So the fruit bread is rubbish. But yeah, so Bun and Myra have a lot of alts between them, as Bun's saying. So I guess they probably do get a lot of them, but also Bun buys in a lot because, and you know, this is kind of what we've been saying, the nerf to treasure maps that comes in from Tuesday, because they will no longer drop sleep powder, and it will be sleep candy instead, which is not tradable and which decays. Buying and selling treasure maps was pretty reliable form of trade because you were guaranteed sleep powders and you knew exactly how many sleep powders you were guaranteed in a given map, which is why their value stayed so stable. So we'll see what happens to the treasure map market. I don't think it's going to collapse completely. It wasn't all about the sleep powder, obviously, but that was, I think, one of the things that was keeping the pricing most stable. And I guess we'll see when they release whatever else they're adding to the treasure map pool. I suspect there'll be a bit of a resurgence when they add new things to the map pool, if it's stuff we can't otherwise get. If all they're doing is adding in some stuff that, for example, would otherwise be maybe rare drops from botany or foraging, or things that you could get in goblin camps like spell gems, there's probably going to be less of a resurgence. But if they're adding something new to the game, I suspect the market will pick up a little bit then, but we'll see. Until they announce what's actually going in it, I guess we won't know. Where the heck did I get that shark? I fished it up. I trained up my fishing last summer, and then I went and found and stuck buoys on a fishing tile for every special kind of thing that you can fish up all along the North Sea border of Exodus. I don't know if they're still there because I haven't sailed off that way in a while, but theoretically, I had all along here, there's a trail of fishing buoys for all of the special spots that were there. Of course, the spots may not still be there, even if the buoys are, but each one was visible from the last one, and among other things, this is one of the things one of the special ones that you fish up. It's fishing on a special fishing spot. Yeah. Ruffles just got a strange bone fragment. Nice. A rare one? a rare one, we assume. And you could always buy a map, Madoon. You don't have to wait to get them. Certainly, like some of mine, I've probably bought about as many as I've found. I don't know what the ratio would be for Bun, but people who tend to do a lot of treasure mapping either have a lot of alts doing, you know, sort of like bulk making or praying or the kind of stuff which is likely to get you a map, and they get them incidentally through that process, or they're buying them. Like, it's not that anybody else's drop rates are higher than yours, it's just either they're doing a lot more things that are eligible drop activities on a lot more toons, or they're participating in the market. Dragonhide. Wait, Dragonhide and the price will hit the roof. What, Dragonhide in treasure chests, you mean? Ruffle's got quite a lot from surface mining. Okay. You need the coins to fund your deed. Well, I mean, a couple of hours of foraging and botanizing will probably get you, you know, a silver to buy a map with. But yes, priorities. So anyway, I was going to have a look at what loot we got. So obviously we got a statue. We got our statue of a whale and dolphin, which I don't think... It would be quite nice if I could position that somewhere in here, but after the Supreme Carrot incident, I'm not sure I dare try. There's so many things on this one tile, the game might flip out if I try and put anything else on here. You get them from tunneling, terraforming, and busting veins. Yeah, of course, which you do a lot of. Yeah, makes total sense. So we got our whale and dolphin statue. Ooh, let's have a look at what we got in terms of upkeep chips. So, can I do a quick tot up? I got one silver upkeep chip. We got 1820s, which is what, 3.6 silver. And then I guess that will make it up, another 3 of those. So we've got almost we got about 5 silvers worth of upkeep chips, I think. Unless I've done some major miscalculations there. I think it's about that. 1, 2, 3.5, 4, 5. About 5 silvers worth of upkeep from however many maps we did today. And where's my pet bowls? There's my pet bowls. We got 2 rare strange bone fragments, 23 sleep powder. That's not sleep candy, importantly. I've still got some gems in there that shouldn't be in there. Let's just shuffle those over. My rare sapphire. Something's just gone out. What's that? Lights? Maybe it's the sun coming up. I think it probably is. So rare sapphires, the ointment of stone cutting. The white dotted flowers didn't come in a chest, obviously. But those 2 are nice to have. And then we got a variety of things like what, 37 dioptra frags, an amount of chess pieces, including 3 kings and a queen, although at least one of those kings I picked up beforehand. I might have picked up the queen and maybe one of the other kings on those chests that I accidentally popped before stream. But I know we got at least one of the royals on here, and probably some more because I really wasn't paying very close attention to what I was picking up with chess pieces. 44 source crystals, and a good handful of gems of good quality for my priests to be vesseling. So that's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. And I am now, because Bun's gonna hopefully send his maps over to Jake and they can do a little map swap. I am hopefully now blissfully clear of maps on Exodus. Calvert's still got some left. Sod's law now, I'll go and do something and I'll dig up another map and I'll be like, oh, fuck. But we're pretty much there. So we're talking about Bun's vein busting crew. They are fast at it. He's come and bust a couple of veins for me at Care Paravel, and like they do it fast. And that's without the full crew as well, like even just with like Bun and Ruffle, and I think a couple of priests tinking away at them. So Bun's vein busting crew is like what, three or four? Yeah, 3 or 4. With decent mining skill and with fast picks. Does go down faster than you think. So, I think that's it, folks. I'll come back out of third person. Oh, I need to drink something, actually. Let's leave. Let's leave the bath. And go and catch a view up on the roof. My Love Heart Island has now made it onto a map dump. So Love Island, and it is called Love Island, not like the TV show Love Island, and definitely not any of the other names that you lot gave it. I noticed it was on the map dump when I was looking at the map dumps today, so it has actually made it on there. So there's like this upside down heart on the Exodus map, and that's my fault. Soz, not soz. I also noticed that this bridge that Calvert and I planned, I want to say 9 months ago, and then completely forgot about, we have continued to forget about every time we noticed it. So I'm really sorry that there's still an unplanned bridge that neither of us have touched in approaching a year. And for anybody who saw the when I was talking about goblin camps earlier, these low rope fences, it looks like I've taken the sconces out of them, but if you have low rope fences, those goblin crude torch lamps that you get from goblin camps, they're the perfect height to just sit on top of the edge of low rope fences. So they're quite nice for nesting in there. I haven't tried nesting them in all fence types to see where they fit. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So I think we're done. What time are we on? midnight. Look at that. That's an early finish for me. Considering the last stream we finished, I think, like 2:30. I need to not just walk straight off here because these are low rope fences and therefore I can just walk directly off them. But you've got 2 days. 2 days to finish up. If you care about your sleep powder being sleep powder, not sleep candy, you've got 2 days to finish up as many of your maps as you can to try and get the sleep powder out of them before it becomes sleep candy. And if you don't finish up your maps in that time, I would suggest not doing them for a while yet until they bring in whatever extra treasure they're going to add to them. I don't know if we've got a timeline on that yet. I don't know if anybody else does. I vaguely thought they were like in the summer, but I haven't actually gone and checked. Might be able to find the forum post. But yeah, if you don't do your maps before Tuesday to get the sleep powder out, and you're not desperate to get them done, I would sit on any remaining maps that you've got for a little while until they add whatever new treasure's going into the loot pool. Because you might as well hang on to it, and as one treasure lot gets downgraded, wait for whatever shiny new stuff's going to be in the pool before you go for them. You thought September. Okay, yeah. So end of summer, start of autumn, maybe. If you love treasure mapping, that might be too long for you to wait. But given that treasure maps do take a little bit of a while, if you don't have a lot of toons busting veins all of the time, they might be quite slow for you to collect. Maybe hang on to them until there's new loot in the pool. It doesn't matter that your treasure maps were spawned before the loot was added. The loot that's in the pool will apply at the point that you dig up the treasure chest. And if you are holding on to caskets, probably keep them in casket form, because once you open the map, it's set at whatever was happening on the map at that point. And if you open them up and then you've got to wait 6 months or something for the new loot pool to come in, because sometimes it does take them that long, but let's hope not. The maps might have changed quite a bit by the time you actually come to do them. So those are my kind of like parting pearls of mapping wisdom. But any sort of like odds and sods that I've got left, I will now hang on to, I think, till we've got whatever new loot's in the loot pool. So thank you for the support, Jake. Yeah, you'd think so, Zetran. You would think they might have given us more than 6 days notice or whatever it was as well, that they were going to nerf the ones that were there. I do particularly feel bad for people who have seen kind of buying up maps as a long-term investment, and not everybody will be able to do what Bun has done and go and crack out 100 maps with like 5 days notice to try and actually see that investment through with such a short lead time on a change like that. On the plus side, I mean, we've yet to see how it will affect it, but we expect that maps will go down in value. It might be a good time to buy up some mats to speculate a little bit. But it is going to be a speculation. It's going to be a gamble. We don't know if what's going to be in the new loot pool is actually going to be something exciting and new, or if it's going to just be something that wasn't in the loot pool before, but that was already in the game. So it's a little bit of a gamble. But we'll see what happens with the map market, I guess, over the coming weeks and months. You've had over 200 at some point. So, wait, so most of these changes will go live next week, including expanding the map pool? Or just the changes to sleep powder? Because that was part of the compromise, right? When they backpedaled on the original one and said, okay, we're not going to do all the things we announced, and also we'll add some stuff to the loot pool. In a way, if whatever they're adding to the loot pool is going to go live in a few days, that's a bad sign, right? Because they're not going to have made something new or had a whole lot of time to think about and work out what's going in the pool. So if the loot pool expands within a couple of days, I'm not expecting it to be very exciting, unless they put, they're not going to be putting like Drakehide in there. But I would be more interested if it was something that's going to take longer, because it would be more likely then that they would add something genuinely interesting and new into the pool. But we'll see. We'll see. Watching my waffle. You must love the waffle, because you just keep coming back, Bun. And sometimes you even come and waffle with me. It's not like you don't all know by now what you get with the Crim stream. Just saying. Yeah, purple dragonhide, yeah. In which case, the opposite would happen and suddenly maps would be worth a shit ton and we'd all be like, damn, if only I hadn't gone and done those 100 maps at no notice. You do love the waffle. Who doesn't love a bit of waffle? Anyway, yes. I'm determined to wrap up and not just waffle forevermore. So I don't yet know what I'm going to be doing next week. If I'm back next week, I'm trying to take it kind of like a week at a time and give myself permission to take a week off if I need to. There was a bit of a kind of, I didn't know if today was going to be so hot that I was like, this is not doable. So I don't know, but assuming that I'm streaming next week, which hopefully I will be, I'll pop a thing in the Discord stream notifications channel, as I usually do, like a day or so before, to try and give you a heads up about what I'm doing. And then we'll see. You said at the start of the stream you'd heated up the syrup for the waffle. I missed that comment, clearly. Ruffle has her voice back. So maybe Ruffle and I could go and do a little bit of glamping or something. We'll see. Okay, thank you all for company, lovelies. Thank you, Jake, for the escort. Thank you, everybody, for the company in the chat. And for coming and hanging out with me, as always. Take care, everybody. Thank you for the raid, Zetron. I hope you had fun in your stream earlier. And for those of you that are trying to crack out a load of maps before Tuesday, I wish you the very best of luck. And don't forget, you don't have to get it perfect. You just have to be within 5, 10 or 15 tiles, so you can afford to be a little bit more kind of just dig around and try and see if speed is of the essence. My cooldown for today is actually not a market on Exodus at all, but if anybody's doing any portal hopping anytime soon, this is one that I haven't given a shout out to in a while. So there is a market just outside of Lormere, which is of course a portal destination. So even if you're not sailing around much at the moment, if you're a market goer, this is one that is relatively easy to go and just have a nosy around, see what's on there, pop back out. It's literally just right outside the start of town. So maybe go and have a look at that one sometime. Take care, everybody. Have a good rest of your weekend. And I hope that those of you that are in Heatwave Central, like me, have a cooler day tomorrow than we have had thus far. Good night, folks. Take care.